gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, the program is about to begin. Thank you, photographers, please. May we begin the program. For those of you still standing, please do take your seats. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellency Ambassador Taye Atsese Lassi Amte, His Excellency the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, we can't tell you how pleased we are to have you here with us this morning. We're also joined by the esteemed His Excellency Mr. Salah Ahmed Jammeh, Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia, Mr. Claver Gatete, the Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Samaila Zubairo, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Finance Corporation, Dr. Fatima Farouk El-Sheikh, Secretary General of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, commonly called BADIA. You're most welcome. We're also going to be joined by Ms. Kanayo Awani, Executive Vice President of the Intra-African Trade Bank, African Export-Import Bank, known as Afrexim Bank. Mr. Admasu Tadesse is with us, President and Managing Director of Trade and Development Bank Group, TDB. Dr. James Mwangi, Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Equity Group Holdings. And Mr. Charles Murito, he's the Director of Sub-Saharan Africa, Government Affairs and Policy at Google. We want to thank in particular AFC, BADIA and Google for supporting us and their help has made this forum happen. So thank you very much to our partners. We also welcome from our UN family, Assistant Secretary General and CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact, Ms. Sanda Ojiambo is with us. We welcome Your Excellencies. There are many ministers here, too many for me to mention, heads of delegations and ambassadors, but you are all welcome. Heads of regional organizations, distinguished leaders from development finance institutions, the private sector, foundations, entrepreneurs, innovators, creators, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, good morning and a very warm welcome to Africa Hall for the Africa Business Forum 2026. Our theme this year is Financing Africa's Future, Jobs and Innovation for Sustainable Transformation. Now we have simultaneous interpretation in both English and French for this forum. If you'd like to follow in a preferred language, please just pick up the gray earpieces on the desk, select channel 1 for English and channel 2 for French. My name is Mark Edo. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of Edo Consulting and of Mark Edo Media. And I'm so delighted to be back again as your MC for what will be 2 days of focused, high-energy conversation on how we can finance Africa's future, turn youth innovation into real jobs, and move from talk to measurable delivery. And we meet today in Africa Hall, the birthplace of the Organization of African Unity, the OAU, now the African Union. This is a hall built on the dreams of a united, self-reliant continent. Ethiopia's Emperor Haile Selassie, one of the chief architects of the OAU, said, "The future prospects of a country depend upon its young people, adopting what is essential and constructive and discarding what is not to contribute to the goals and aspirations of the people of Africa." He said this many decades ago, and that is the charge of this forum today, to choose what is essential for Africa's future, to leave behind what is no longer serves us in a very fast-changing world, and to ensure that the decisions that we take as Africans on our continent move from promise to power. Now, Africa stands at a very defining economic crossroads. We have the youngest and perhaps one of the most enterprising populations in the world, but too often jobs, capital, and infrastructure lag far behind our ambitions. And at the same time, our youth economy is the world's largest untapped investment frontier. It's not a social problem to be managed. It's an asset class that can reshape global growth, just if we finance it properly. Now, this forum is about closing the gap, and over the next 2 days, we'll do 3 things. We'll move from potential to capital, by surfacing real deals and instruments that back young Africans building serious businesses. Will bring order to fragmentation by giving governments, development finance institutions, investors, and innovators a shared platform, the ABF, to align around concrete priorities. And we're here to move from declarations to delivery with the Jobs Wall Commitment Tracker. This is our new tool to record and track commitments and to tie them directly to capital, enterprise, and jobs. And oh, by the way, if you look around, you'll see the screens, the Jobs Wall of Commitment screens. There's one over there and one over there. When you pass one, scan the code and make or update your commitment so that your organization's actions can be part of this shared delivery story. What we say in this hall must become visible, it must become measurable, it must become progress for Africa's young people, not just an aspiration. Now, it's my pleasure to invite the host of this forum, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, to deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome Mr. Claver Gatete.
Your Excellency Taye Serasi, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Sarah Ahmed Jama, Deputy Prime Minister of Somalia, Honorable Ministers, esteemed panelists, captains of industry and development, finance leaders, innovators, and our young entrepreneurs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to welcome you to the African Business Forum, convened by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa under the theme, Financing the Future of Africa, Jobs and Innovations for Sustainable Transformation. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Taye Serasi, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and the government and people of Ethiopia for their gracious support and continued commitment to continued cooperation. I particularly want to thank the President because he has officiated almost every high-level event that we organize here at the United Nations Economic Commission. We thank you very much, Your Excellency. I also thank all our institutional partners for their continued commitment to Africa's economic transformation. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a moment of profound global uncertainty. As we convene today, growth is slowing in many regions. Debt vulnerabilities are rising and supply chains are being reorganized along geopolitical lines. Climate shocks are disrupting production systems, while technological change is reshaping labor markets faster than policy responses can keep pace. And yet, global capital has not disappeared. It has simply become more selective. Investment now follows scale, security, and future markets. So the question is not whether capital exists. The real question is, where will the next engines of global growth emerge? To answer that question, we must look not at today's GDP size, but at tomorrow's demand, workforce dynamics, and market expansion. Growth will emerge where the world's youngest workforce lives, where urbanization is accelerating, where digital adoption is expanding, and where new consumer markets are forming. That place is in Africa. Africa is no longer a continent waiting for transformation. Transformation is already underway. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are creating a single market of over 1.5 billion people. Digital platforms are expanding and startup ecosystems are scaling. This transformation is already visible in multiple sectors across the continent. For example, in Côte d'Ivoire, a youth-led cocoa processing enterprise now processes 36 6,000 tons of cocoa annually and has created about 1,000 jobs. In Morocco, an integrated automotive value chain created over 220,000 jobs. And Ethiopia's digital payments ecosystem engaged hundreds of thousands of agents and merchants. The narrative is therefore changing. Africa is not only exporting commodities, but beginning to export value as well. However, despite these successes, the pace of transformation remains below potential. Africa faces a huge infrastructure financing gap and further loses billions annually to illicit financial flows. Even so, the continent holds over 1.1 trillion US dollars domestic institutional capital in pension funds, insurance pools, and sovereign assets. The paradox, therefore, is not a lack of capital, but the lack of mechanisms that connect capital to bankable projects. The central question before this forum is, how do we convert African opportunity into investable projects at scale and at speed? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, every year millions of young Africans enter the labor market. If they find productive employment, Africa becomes the growth frontier of the century. If they do not, instability becomes globalized. So this is not merely an African development issue. It is a global economic stability issue. What is missing is not commitment, but coordination and project preparation. That is why this forum is designed as a delivery platform to connect investors to bankable projects and track commitments through implementation mechanisms. The reorganization of the global economy is also technological and ecological. Green energy requires critical minerals. Digitization requires data and skills. Resilient supply chains require diversification. And Africa possesses all the three. However, possessing resources alone is not the same as development. Processing, trading, and financing them is development. This is where the development question becomes strategic. Will Africa participate in the new global economy as a supplier of raw materials or as a competitive production platform? If investment is to scale, the ecosystem enabling investment must also scale. Allow me, therefore, to propose 4 strategic measures for our collective action. First, we must scale domestic capital and deploy innovative financing instruments. Digitized tax systems, broader tax bases, and improved compliance can expand fiscal space. In addition, pension funds, sovereign assets, and blended finance can supply infrastructure and industrial platforms. Second, we need stronger credit ratings and more credible African capital markets. Improving credit ratings, strengthening financial transparency, and scaling up capital market development across the continent can lower borrowing costs and channel investment into productive sectors and youth enterprises. Third, we must fully implement the African Continental Free Trade Area. As tariff and non-tariff barriers are removed, regional value chains can emerge, enabling large-scale production, industrialization, and employment creation across the continent. Fourth, we must invest decisively in innovation, skills, and data systems. The digital economy can generate millions of jobs, but only if we expand STEM education, research and development, and entrepreneurial ecosystems so that African youth can participate competitively in the industries of the future. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now return to our opening question: where will global growth come from? For decades, development debates focused on aid versus trade. Today, the real issue is risk perception versus investment reality. Investors often ask whether Africa is ready for large-scale capital, but we should rather ask, can the world afford to ignore the largest emerging workforce and consumer market of this century? The opportunity cost of not investing in Africa will soon exceed the risk of investing in it. This forum is therefore not only about Africa, it is about the future structure of the global economy. We can build industrial value chains, digital markets, and green energy systems with Africa, or confront migration pressures, supply disruptions, and instability without Africa. The choice is collective, the responsibility is shared, and the moment is now. The Economic Commission for Africa is, as always, ready through policy analysis, convening power, and implementation partnerships to work with you to translate our commitments into measurable outcomes that will see jobs created, enterprises scaled, and value chains financed. I thank you and wish you a productive and impactful forum. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please, for our host, Mr. Gatete, and also your entire team. Thank you, sir, for setting out why the Africa Business Forum 2026 must operate as part of a continuous system linking policy, finance, and delivery. Now, we are also joined in this room by three very powerful change makers, female change makers. I'll begin by recognizing the Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. We're here with Ms. Rebecca Greenspan. AUC's Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, I think that's the longest portfolio, is with us as well. We welcome Her Excellency Francisca Tachup Belobe. And to do your good things come in threes, right? The trinities. So I'll end by recognizing the President of the African Business Council of the African Union, Dr. Mani Asfour, is right here with us. And to keep on that theme, let's keep on the theme of powerful women who are making changes, because I'd like to invite, as the next speaker, the Secretary General of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badia, to deliver her keynote address. Please welcome Dr. Fatima Farouk El Sheikh.
Thank you, Mark, and I think you're putting a higher responsibility when I look at our aspiring and inspirational female sisters and leaders. Excellency, Mr. President, very good morning to you. Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister, very good morning to you. Excellency, ES, Mr. Geteti, and Excellencies, Madam Rebecca, who's my mentor and a former boss, and Excellencies, participants, and government official, my brother Zubairo, a partner and a fellow committed leader towards financing development in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and all protocol observed. It is an honor to join you in Addis Ababa again for this second edition of the Addis Ababa Business Forum that is organized by ECA at a moment that is highly important for Africa. This forum is not about abstract growth or targets or distant aspiration. It's about jobs, it is about productive opportunity for Africa, and it is about whether Africa, extraordinary demographic and creative population trends and entrepreneurship energy can be translated deliberately and scaled into a shared prosperity for the continent. At Badia, the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, we believe this question defines our generation of development and leadership. Africa will add hundreds of millions of young people to the working age population in the world in the coming decades. This is not a challenge to be managed, it is an opportunity to be financed, and a structured and unstructured and unlocked approach. The real risk of Africa not being financed and youth, not being demands and needs are not being addressed is not a real risk. It's a failure from our side on the responsibility of people who are expected to finance the transformation, who are expected to create the job, who are expected to create system of enterprises and to create platforms where the youth can thrive. This is where Badia commitment is. For over 5 decades, Badia has stood as a bridge between Arab capital and African development priorities. Today, the role of the bank is evolving from financing projects to financing transformation in the continent, from financing assets to backing ecosystem, from supporting growth to crowding in jobs. a bank that is created by shareholders, not for financing our shareholders, but only for financing sub-Saharan African countries. Our focus is simple but demanding: to deploy long-term patient capital, where it can be catalyst for productive enterprises, for regional integration and sustainable employment. We are doing this in 3 decisive ways. First, by scaling our support to infrastructure and industrial platforms that anchor various value chains in the continent, in a form of an economic corridor, energy system, logistic and agro-industrial opportunities. Because jobs do not emerge from isolation, they don't work alone. They emerge where markets connect, where power is reliable and firms can be completed. Second, by deepening our engagement with financial institutions and development finance. And as I mentioned, we're very pleased that we are here with fellow crowd from very committed partners that are working behind the scene. I have also my brother from TDB, and I know that we have AFEXIM, and we have AFC, and we actually work very well together. We don't only work, we actually see ourselves as sisters and brothers, and we lead the transformation in the continent. So I salute them through you in this good morning. We also believe that Africa does not lack the entrepreneurship skill, it lacks enough risk-tolerant capital. And I think that's where we come as African committed financial institution. Even if the origin of the capital is not Africa, we are still part of that chain. Third, by deliberately aligning our financing with innovation and technology, from agribusiness and digital platform to health and industrial technology, because of the productive growth, that foundation of sustainable job can be achieved. This is where we see the opportunity of working with the multilateral system, such as the UN system organization. And we're very pleased that we are not only at the host of our generous ECA, but it's also the fact that the whole system is represented as a one command ship, where we are able to work together with the multilateral institution. But let me be very clear, capital alone is not enough in the continent. Financing must be paired by policy clarity, institutional capability, and execution discipline. This is why forums like this matter. It puts a heavy responsibility on all of us that we are in the same room where the African Union was born. But this year, African Union had actually done a lot in terms of policy work, including the deliberation with the financial institution, the deliberation around health, education, and water. We are strengthening our collaboration with the African governments, regional institutions, private sector, and United Nations system to ensure that financing is translated into entrepreneurship that can be scaled, an entrepreneurship that can create value chain and deepen job and endures the population demands and aspiration. And we are especially committed to Africa youth, not as a beneficiary, but as a builders of the continent next generation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa will not be built by chance. It is financed by choice, by institutions willing to take long view, by leaders willing to align capital with purpose, and by partnerships that are grounded on trust and execution. Badia stands ready to make this choice again and again and again after 51 years of establishment. Let us use this forum not only to inspire, but to commit, not only to announce, but to implement, not only to finance growth, but to finance dignity through jobs, and we thank His Excellency, Mr. President, for being with us again in this commitment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sheikh. Thank you. That was a powerful keynote. It showed us clearly how development partners can move from isolated projects to disciplined, I think was the word you used, long-term catalytic investment in Africa's job and innovation economy. Now, as you mentioned risk, and I recall, Mr. Gatetes, one line jumped out at me when you mentioned that gulf between risk investment risk perception and investment reality. And the next speaker is a powerful believer and actor in bridging that gulf. I'd like to welcome to the stage a leading champion of transformative infrastructure and private capital on the African continent. Please welcome the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Finance Corporation, AFC, Mr. Samaila Zubairu.
Excellencies, Honorable President of Ethiopia, our gracious host, Excellencies, the Vice President of Somalia, my dear brother, Mr. Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, government representatives in the room, heads of multilateral financial institutions, my sister Fatima, my brother Admasu, heads of institutions, partners, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. Good morning. It is a privilege to address you today at the 2026 Africa Business Forum under the theme, Financing the Future of Africa, Jobs and Innovation for Sustainable Transformation. This subject is absolutely critical. It connects to the work we have done on strategic minerals, State of Africa's Infrastructure Report, Africa's domestic capital pools, and Africa's pragmatic path to net zero. Because they all point to the same outcome, jobs through transformation. I will refrain my speech a bit because my brother Kadete and my sister Fatima have mentioned quite a bit and have laid the context of what we're going to discuss. So I'm going to launch slightly differently. I will start with the Africa we must intentionally build, not wish for. Financing the future of Africa is really asking a sharper question on the Africa we are intentionally building. Let's consider framing the opportunity from our mineral endowment. So, research indicates that we have over $29.5 trillion in minerals under the ground. Now, if we can transform those to industrial output on the ground, that will be the price. When we can convert our minerals into steel, aluminum, fertilizers, batteries, and inputs that drive our industrialization, urbanization, connectivity, energy, and food security opportunities. Sustainable transformation at scale is what creates jobs and drives innovation. Jobs are the outcomes of transformation. Transformation that is a departure from our current dysfunctional extraction systems. I'd like us to focus on outcomes. Let's build on what we are going to deliver and how we deliver. So, my question to everybody here is, I was here last year, we had conversations, I'm here this year, hopefully we'll be here next year. So the question was asked, is what would change in 1 year? What are the policy decisions that we'll be taking? What are the projects that will be financed? And how many jobs are we going to create together? Not announcements, not promises, finance projects linked to jobs that we can measure. Value proposition. Our most urgent priority today must be how we define Africa's value proposition to the world, from a supplier of raw materials to a talented workforce diversifying globally competitive supply chains. Africa's greatest asset is not only what is under the soil, it is who is above it. Our people, our youth, the talent we build. To anchor our discussions on solutions, we must question certain assumptions and norms that exist today. We must ask ourselves powerful questions that will lead to change and the outcomes that we seek. So, for example, why we have accepted dysfunctional extraction models that export our resources and jobs we can create by their transformation here in Africa to import inflation. Especially when these models compel us to pay for the logistic costs of other economies. For instance, we export iron ore, free on board, absorbing all the internal costs of our ports, transport, rail, financing, and we import steel, cost, insurance, and freight. So we pay for the steel products at the factory gate, and we deliver the raw materials to them at the factory gate. Why do we accept a model like this? Now, this is not something that changes by begging and by lobbying. No, that's not how it changes. It changes when we say, okay, if we need 1 billion tons of steel, we will produce at least 300 million. And then we will go on that journey to ensure that over time we can cover the gap of what we need. That is how we change it. It's not by making speeches, it's not by begging, it's not by lobbying. No, that's not what we do. We change it by the actions that we take. This isn't only a trade imbalance, it's a jobs imbalance. It ties our economies to volatile commodity cycles and starves our industrial base for stable demand. And the same is true for energy, power especially. You don't build viable utilities on lightning alone. Industrial demand is what sustains electricity markets. People always ask, so if energy is such an essential resource and that's required for development, how come African utilities are not viable? They are not viable because there's no industrial use. That's why they're not viable. And they will not be viable if we're exporting raw materials. We have to change that. So the following question is, what must change? So Africa captures the value that delivers quality jobs. We must have a plan to reduce our costs by producing what we consume and can trade regionally. The alignment question, how we create jobs at scale. Jobs happen when we align natural resource plus infrastructure and demand, especially when anchored on regional demand, such as AFCT and our various regional economic groupings, such as ECOWAS, SADC, COMESA, and the likes. With policy consistency and fair risk allocation that unlocks finance. The next question is, how quickly can we fix the misalignment in policy, power logistics, and demand, so sustainable transformation becomes the default outcome across Africa? Research indicates that in Africa, we rarely find all the elements all together in one place. So we rarely find a situation whereby we have the market, the resource, and the infrastructure all in one place. And I'll give one example to demonstrate this point. So South Africa has established long steel mills. There are issues there now, and there are talks about the viability of those industries. Yet, across all of Africa, we're importing steel. Across most of Africa is significant high-grade iron ore, in some cases up to 67, 68%. So why are we not able to connect the dots? Why do we, allow the challenges that exist there to continue? And we have several programs across the continent importing iron and steel and such related projects. How are we not able to connect the massive industrial complexes in North Africa to the resources in West, Central, and East Africa? We must think of how we can move from this system and ensure that we can align where capital is trapped in mainly high-cost financing and debt service to where production is required. Our goal is how to create this alignment. I'll give another example. So, Africa is known to have the largest bauxite deposits in the world, in Guinea. Yet, also similar resource exists in Australia, not as large, but similar. But Australia gets so much more value from its bauxite than Guinea does. Why? Because Australia can move from bauxite to alumina to aluminum. In Guinea, it's mainly just bauxite and some slight alumina production. And if you're talking about numbers, for 100 million tons, probably it's about $1 billion. Now, if we can move or transform 10% of that, we're able to create at least, we move from earning, let's say, $390 million from the export of bauxite today to alumina, if we can transform that at 1.2 billion, and to aluminum at 6.3 billion. So imagine that the royalty is 10%. What that means is that you can go from earning 39 million in revenue to earning 630 million. And imagine what that does for the treasury, what that does for education, health, security, and other things that governments have to spend on. So transformation isn't only about creating jobs, it's about expanding the fiscal revenue of our respective governments. And when fiscal revenue expands, governments can invest in the real engine of productivity, education, skills, and talent development, health, security, which creates more jobs across the economy. That is why value capture and retention is not a slogan. It's a fiscal survival and is dignity through jobs. How do we finance all of it? Now we come to the heart of financing the future of Africa. Our research on Africa's domestic pools indicated we have $4.3 trillion. Like Mr. Clever mentioned, over $1 trillion in pensions, insurance funds, sovereign funds, and development banks. So the issue is not an absence of capital, but capital that is trapped. The issue is the cost of capital and the prejudice premium that we pay that makes development expensive and in some cases impractical. So the question is, how do we finance transformation and lower the cost of capital at scale? I want us to be pragmatic and to think of most of our lives today. So we have pension funds, we have pension regimes that are focused on risk management. And it is essential because they need to ensure that the funds are safe. But most of us know today that parents continue to support their children even after they've graduated from school and even when they're working. And there are several parents that are concerned because their children don't have jobs. So what is the value in managing our savings to a future that is unstable? Why can't we think about creating jobs for our children? Why shouldn't that be an urgent priority in how we allocate capital for growth? So to answer the questions raised by Claver and the earlier speaker, we need pension reforms. And these pension reforms must be rooted in the reality that we live today. We need to create jobs. And jobs can only be created when we have a mechanism to finance entrepreneurship and creativity. So we should be asking, why do we have a system where most of the pension funds are invested in government security? Government securities are important. Yes, you must finance governments. But we should be thinking of specific allocations that go into financing venture capital, private equity, infrastructure, and industrialization. Without this, we will not be able to create the jobs that are required for the future. And these are the conversations that we must have. These are the policy decisions that we must make for the change we want to see. Another thing we have to look at is government debt and the need for government constant access to financing. So, it is established that projects in energy and transport and logistics can be easily financed. So we should be creating public-private partnerships that allow for such projects to be financed without government intervention, such that the amount governments borrow is lowered and the private capital can fund our development. Schemes like this is what will ultimately lower the cost of capital. Think about it. I think we have about $200 billion of Eurobonds in the market as Africans. And most of that is by African sovereigns. Now, because of the way finance works, once you keep coming to the market, you pay the price of that's currently traded, and in some cases, you pay a premium on that price. So, reducing that demand is one of the ways to lower the cost of capital. It's not just talking about it. It is in repurposing how we utilize capital. So what I would hope is that we are very intentional about creating public-private partnership desks in energy and transport, and ensuring that we have a pipeline of bankable projects which we can all develop as multi-trusted financial institutions and as specialist project developers. We standardize risk allocation and documentation so that we can rinse and repeat transactions regularly. We don't have to spend 2 years doing the same thing somebody has done. We should simply adopt what makes sense and move on. The next thing we should be thinking about is how can we create de-risk products. And what that means is how are we putting in place investment-grade guarantees, first loss structures, political risk solutions, local currency solutions, credit enhancements, FX liquidity backstops, so that long-term investors can participate at scale. Another point to consider is how investors price risks. Investors cannot price uncertainty. We must think about the right balance of risk allocation between what the government will do and what the private sector will accept. Cost of capital is not only just a number. It determines whether a project lives or dies and whether a young person gets a speech or a job. So we must be thinking constantly about how we can build on skill. The earlier remarks mentioned skill, and it is important that we focus on how that happens. I'll give another example. Africa's iron ore is currently valued at the mines at over $2.8 trillion. If converted into steel and steel-intensive value chains, the price scales dramatically to $25 trillion. This is the pivot that we must make. Steel value chains are not national sports. They are regional platforms for business that we collectively create. And this is based on shared rail and ports, shared power pools, and harmonized standards that produce predictable demand. More importantly, we cannot build Africa with imported building blocks. When we import the steel that shapes our cities, railways, ports, and power plants, we export jobs and import inflation. Digital economy. The future of value capture is also in the digital economy. And here again, Africa has led with mobile money. And several fintech ecosystems have been built, which we need to build upon going forward. The future of value capture and retention is digital. Africa pioneered mobile money, proved that when young creativity builds rails, you create platforms and you create jobs and ecosystems. Now imagine applying that same rails and scale logic to Africa's cultural and digital industry. Afrobeats, films, sports, fashion, gaming, with the right payment rails, right infrastructure, distribution, data, and capital, Africa can build global creative industries that rival any in the world. For example, Korea didn't export songs. It exported an industry, tourism, merchandising and content, technology. Africa can scale this faster and bigger, considering that we already have global appeal for what we have. Now, at AFC, what we've tried to do is to support various initiatives. We've supported the establishment of Africa's largest copper complex in DRC. We're supporting the growth of Africa's largest refinery, actually, the world's largest petroleum refinery is being built in Africa, and we're supporting that. We're supporting various fertilizer projects that will make Africa self-sufficient. We're supporting value creation through Arise IIP. We're building Eternal Data-Free Zone Authority and several other projects. Main one that we built that led to the batch of several African unicorns. We're building a gold mine here in Ethiopia with Admasu of TDB, Tolukapi. We're financing FG Gold in Sierra Leone with Badia. So we do a lot of things together, and we need to find a way to continue to work together. Credibility is execution. In closing, I want us to focus again on financing the future of Africa. Financing the future of Africa is financing the Africa we intentionally build. Resource aligned with infrastructure and regional demand. Policy consistency matched with fair risk allocation. Fiscal gains reinvested in education and productivity, and a digital economy that turns creativity and innovation into global industries. And the final question that we must answer with actions is, by next year, what will you point to as proof we move from conversation to conversion? And which alignment do we fix? Policy, power, logistics, demand, or cost of capital? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samaila Zubairu, President and Chief Executive Officer of AFC, for that brilliant keynote. Now, I always love coming to Ethiopia, and when you're driving from the airport, you can actually, every time I come, even if it's just been a year, you can feel the change, you can feel the difference in the city, you can see what's possible. And this beautiful country has not just been investing in infrastructure here in Addis, no. It's deliberately invested in industrial parks, in logistics corridors, and in skills. It's seen hundreds of thousands of jobs created in light manufacturing and in agro-processing. So, it's my distinct honor to invite to give his keynote remarks the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Please welcome His Excellency Taye Atseselassie Hamde.
Thank you very much, my friend Mark. Excellency Prime Minister of the Republic of Somalia, Mr. Saleh Ahmed Jammeh, Excellency Calver Gatete, Ambassador, of course, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Fatima Farouk, Secretary General of Badia, and of course, Madam Secretary General of UNCTAD, Excellencies, Ministers, EU Commissioners, Executive Officer of AFC, Mr. Zubair, and delegates from businesses and financial institutions. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to Addis Ababa for the 9th Africa Business Forum. The theme of this year's forum, Financing Africa's Future, Jobs, Innovations for Sustainable Transformation, is both critical and timely. Ambassador Gatiti, you're right. Whenever I'm invited by any UN agency here in Addis, I gladly accept the invitation, because not that some of us here served within the UN system, either representing our countries or within the UN system itself. We gladly accept that because we believe the United Nations is a center of idea and a place of ideation. Indeed, it's a platform where we get the opportunity, without being suffocated, to express our trials and tribulation, and indeed our hope and aspiration. And I assure you that I'm always ready to be part of your endeavors. Our Agenda 2063 designates young people as the primary drivers of Africa's renaissance. It also envisions the ending of youth unemployment and the marginalization of young people. With over 70% of our population under the age of 30, our continent's demographic potential is indeed immense. During this decade, 362 million youth will enter the working age population. However, our current job markets can only provide jobs to 151 million people. This demographic reality can become Africa's greatest strength if we succeed in turning our youth into a productive capital and our innovation into scalable enterprises. Today, from Rabat to Cape Verde and from Accra to Angola, we are witnessing flourishing of an African growth model in agro-processing, transportation, service sector, value chain development, manufacturing, and ICT. Despite this progress, Africa still faces a significant gap in poorly channeled capital, particularly for youth and women-led enterprise. Financing alone is insufficient if it doesn't reach the innovators and startups that need it most. Even where successful models of enterprise and finance exist, we often lack the pathways to replicate and expand them across borders. A successful model proven in Addis Ababa or Nairobi must be granted the institutional space to thrive in Dhaka or Johannesburg or elsewhere in our respective capitals. Excellencies, in this age of remarkable dynamism, transformation cannot remain an abstract idea or a false promise or a distant ambition. It must be visible in factors that hire, firms that add value, digital platforms that reach market, and creative industry that turn talent into human capital. Governments must take the lead, but the private sector must also look inward and scale up investment in skills and innovation. This is how our people would find hope in developing their own country. Furthermore, we must leverage our continental organization to coordinate action, execute free trade agreements, and streamline processes to achieve a global impact that extends far beyond the borders of our continent. Our partners must also be visionary in supporting such synergy plan. Excellencies, my country, Ethiopia, has undertaken a far-reaching policy measures to create employment for our youth. In the first half of our 10 years development roadmap, we have created employment for 14.1 million young people. Nearly 84% of these jobs were generated through youth-led entrepreneurships. If we take, for example, the Addis Ababa Corridor and Riverside Development Project, the city has employed over 30,000 young people over the last 6 months. Probably it could be, over the last 2 years, it could be over 100,000 elsewhere in different cities in our regions. We have also invested in industrial parks and manufacturing ecosystem, creating 2.4 million permanent jobs, primarily for young people. We have also prioritized agro-industrial parks and value chains, linking smallholder farmers to processing, logistic, and export markets. In light of this, I wish to emphasize on the following 3 key points. First, agriculture remains central to our economies. There is no any illusion for that. Employment opportunities and youth development are central in agriculture development. Young people can inject fresh ideas and energy into agriculture value chains, promoting sustainability and long-term growth. Encouraging youth participation in agriculture is a critical driver of agri-food system transformation in Africa. Our agriculture must be transformed into a more productive, appealing, and innovative sector. While we're coming here, and as mentioned earlier, we're having a brief conversation with a young lady who is processing cocoa. That is indeed an initiative and innovative idea that would definitely transform our respective countries, building on our resources, adding values. Why do we have to travel all along and get the pleasure of having chocolate elsewhere rather than we can have it just in our neighborhood and in the midst of us? So this kind of initiatives must be encouraged. Second, we must institutionalize youth and women first risk frameworks. I call for the establishment of specialized windows that de-risk investment, provide fiscal incentive and legal environments, particularly for women and youth-led startups. It is encouraging to see growing progress across Africa in codifying support for our young innovators. For instance, Ethiopia recently issued the Startup Proclamation. Under Digital Ethiopia 2030, we adopted a national accelerator program providing seed funding, international exposure, and mentorship, such as the initiative that we have training 5 million coders that help in developing digital skills and at the end of the day, creating job opportunities. This digital agenda also envisions global collaboration hubs to foster co-production between Africa and diaspora markets. Third, we need to harmonize national startup laws and macro, small, and medium enterprise policies with the African Continental Free Trade Area. I call for the creation of Pan-African Innovation Corridor, where a startup or a macro, small, and medium-scale enterprise certified in Addis can access markets in Accra, Cairo, Lagos, or anywhere in our respective capitals without undergoing cumbersome validation and unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles. Finally, I wish to commend the UNECA for organizing this forum. I call upon all stakeholders in this room to commit to Africa's growth and the empowerment of its youth. There is no greater legacy than the cause of making Africa ready to thrive and excel. With this, I declare this forum open, and I wish you a productive session. I thank you for your attention.
Your Excellency, thank you. Thank you so much. Those was a lovely warm welcome, and thank you for sharing Ethiopia's experience in building integrated value chains and jobs and prosperity, not just for Ethiopians, but for Africans and for Africa. Sir, we are going to now move on to another part of the program. Actually, it's a fascinating program, Your Excellency. In fact, we're having a dialogue that we would love. So I know you're probably one of the busiest men in Africa on Summit Week in terms of how much you have, so we understand if you can't spend much more time with us, but you are very welcome to take your seat for the presidential dialogue that's coming up. But I would actually ask all of you to please rise from your seats right now. If you could stand, please. My photographer's at the ready, and I would like all of you to please give a robust round of applause for our keynote speakers of Africa Business Forum 2026. Now, as our dignitaries and His Excellencies leave the stage, let me allow them to leave the stage before we begin the presidential dialogue, which is the next thing we go straight into, from youth enterprise to national prosperity, what works, what scales, what governments must do. Now, I would advise all of you, please do not follow. If they're leaving, please could everybody remain in their seats, please, so that we can continue the program. We're a little bit behind schedule, so the faster we can take the seats and continue, the faster we can catch up. So please allow His Excellency to depart. I'll go straight into it then. Next is the first of two presidential dialogues for this, the first day of ABF 2026. Now, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you take your seats, we move into the dialogue from enterprise, youth enterprise, to national prosperity. From youth enterprise to national prosperity, what works, what can be implemented at scale, and what governments must do. Now, our starting point for this conversation is very straightforward. And you heard our speakers, all of them, mention it. They're talking about jobs at scale, but those jobs for our young people don't come from one-off programs. They come from deliberate national systems where youth enterprise is treated as a strategic pillar, and it's built around industry policy, it's built around trade, it's built around infrastructure, skills, and finance. Now, before we hear from a great set of panelists that we have for this dialogue, let's ground the conversation in two stories that bring that sentiment to life. First, a family-built cocoa factory in West Africa, and a government building a startup nation in North Africa. We'll watch both short films back to back, and then we'll come straight into the dialogue. Now, our first story starts in Divo in Côte d'Ivoire, where the Diakité brothers, they call them the Jumeaux Supreme, or the Supreme Brothers. They built Diakité Cocoa, and it's a processing factory handling tens of thousands of tons of cocoa a year, and it's creating thousands of jobs for young people. And it shows that African entrepreneurship can compete globally. The second story is from Algeria, which grew from under 200 registered startups in 2019 to over 10,000 by 2024. How did they do it? They did it through reforms to improve the ecosystem, and it's now aiming, the country, for another 10,000 by 2029, and it's positioning itself as a regional hub for African startups. So please turn your attention to the screens for our two films, Diakité Koko and Algeria's Startup Nation Journey. Roll the films.
Diakité Holding, c'est un projet nourri, un rêve, une grande vision pour le développement économique ivoirien. C'est surtout l'ensemble de plusieurs entreprises spécialisées dans l'industrie café-cacao, le transport et le social en Côte d'Ivoire. Tout commence en 2007 avec la création de l'Union interrégionale des coopératives de café-cacao de Côte d'Ivoire, en abrégé U-Inter-CC-CI, une société coopérative de collecte et d'exportation de fèves de cacao, café et anacarde au capital de 50 millions de francs CFA. Cette union compte près de 1266 planteurs. U-Inter-CC-CI, c'est une structure bâtie sur une superficie de 11 200 mètres carrés à Bobo PK18, Agripac, avec 3 magasins de 1200 mètres carrés, un pont bascule, un aire de stationnement d'au moins 15 camions et des locaux administratifs. Il faut le dire, le cacao à lui seul représente 14% du produit intérieur brut ivoirien. Pour assurer sa pérennité et faire face aux maux qui menacent ce secteur, les frères Diakité ont donné vie à Diakité Cocoa Projects en 2016 pour aussi rejoindre la vision du gouvernement ivoirien de transformer au moins 50% de la production nationale. Avec une capacité de production de 15 000 tonnes par an, Diakité Cocoa Products est une industrie de transformation de matières premières de sous-grappe de cacao en produits semi-finis, beurre de cacao, liqueur de cacao et tourteaux, principalement dédiés à l'industrie cosmétique, pharmaceutique et vétérinaire. Mais au-delà de la technique, l'engagement est clair. Créer de l'emploi local, développer des compétences et installer durablement un savoir-faire dans la transformation du cacao. Cette ambition industrielle s'amplifie avec Cocoa SA pour sa transformation de bonne fève à Divo depuis 2025. Implantée au cœur du bassin de production, l'usine incarne une nouvelle étape de l'industrialisation du cacao en Côte d'Ivoire et devient le levier d'insertion professionnelle. Des millions de jeunes y travaillent, se forment et acquièrent des compétences techniques dans une usine moderne, structurée et tournée vers l'avenir. La jeunesse y trouve un emploi, une formation et une perspective durable. Diakité Holdings, c'est une vision toujours plus grande. Et pour matérialiser cette vision, naquit le chocolat de cacao-culteur, Diakin Chocolat. De la plantation à la tablette richement emballée, Diakin Chocolat est incontestablement un chocolat équitable, pur, raffiné et respectant les normes internationales de sécurité alimentaire et sanitaire. Le groupe prône le Made in Côte d'Ivoire, l'entrepreneuriat jeune, mais aussi ils œuvrent pour la pérennité du cacao. C'est d'ailleurs pour cette raison qu'est né le Forum national du jeune cacao-culteur, qui depuis 5 ans maintenant brille pour la promotion et la sensibilisation des jeunes sur les enjeux de la chaîne de valeur du cacao. Le FNJC, avec pour commissaires généraux les frères Diakité, c'est plus de 3000 jeunes, membres du gouvernement, membres d'institutions internationales, sociétés civiles, chocolatiers internationaux et industriels du monde qui se réunissent autour d'une problématique salvatrice du cacao ivoirien dans le moyen et court terme. L'efficience, le professionnalisme et la qualité des produits leur permettent aujourd'hui d'aller au-delà du cacao. C'est la création Diakité Voyage et d'Ivoire Express, la première étant une agence de tourisme reliant la Côte d'Ivoire au monde, tandis que la seconde est une compagnie de transport qui connecte les territoires, crée de nouveaux emplois et renforce la mobilité des biens et populations. Participer à améliorer les conditions de vie sociale, guider les jeunes désirant se former au métier de la cacao-culture, secourir les personnes en difficulté, aider à la scolarisation des enfants dans les zones de forte production, le groupe met en place un programme assidu pour sa politique des RSE et en fait un véritable combat philanthropique pour la mise en place de la fondation Diakité Cocoa Projects. Aujourd'hui, l'engagement de Diakité Holdings est reconnu au plus haut niveau national, mais au-delà des distinctions, c'est l'impact réel qui compte, celui qui permet à la jeunesse de travailler, d'apprendre et de croire en l'avenir. Celui qui transforme les vies. Diakité Holdings, c'est une Côte d'Ivoire qui transforme, une jeunesse qui travaille et qui ose, une industrie qui s'impose.
الدول اللي تبنات أساساً على الستارت اب.
Algeria has emerged as one of Africa's fastest-growing startup ecosystems. From fewer than 200 officially registered startups in 2019 to more than 10,000 by 2024, this transformation reflects a clear national vision to build a true startup nation. At the heart of this progress are bold public policies. The government has strengthened the regulatory environment, simplified business creation, expanded support mechanisms, and placed youth entrepreneurship at the center of economic diversification. This commitment earned Algeria the Policy Champion Award in June 2025 at the Global Entrepreneurship Congress in Indianapolis, recognizing one of the world's most supportive regulatory frameworks for startups. Innovation-focused legislation, dedicated infrastructure, and financing tools such as the Algerian Startup Fund are accelerating the growth of high-potential companies and improving access to capital. Authorities have also introduced the National Startup Label, launched a Pan-African Startup Fund under the leadership of the President of Republic Democratic of Algeria, and promoted global connections through strategic partnerships and major events. In December 2025, Algeria hosted the 4th edition of the African Startup Conference, bringing together 25,000 participants, 40 delegations, 200 exhibitors, and hundreds of investors and experts. The conference resulted in 21 MOU, mobilizing more than 17 startups alongside nearly 10 national and international partners, further reinforcing the country's position as a regional innovation hub. With an ambitious goal of 20,000 startups by 2029, Algeria is not just supporting entrepreneurship, it is shaping the future of innovation across Africa.
Yes, you've just seen two pathways for youth enterprise and to scale jobs at size and rapidly. The Supreme twins, the Jumeaux Supreme, the Akete twins, who refused to just stay in the commodity mode, and a country, Algeria, that chose a startup ecosystem over a patchwork of projects. So that's a brilliant segue to soften the ground, because now our task is to ask what it really takes politically, institutionally, financially, to make these stories not extraordinary stories, but normal, everyday stories. We'll keep coming back to 4 questions. How governments move from youth enterprise from survival mode to industry, which tools best crowd in private capital, how leaders can align policies. And when I say leaders, I'm not just talking about policymakers, I'm talking about private sector leaders as well. How we can get a rapid uptake in skills, especially in an era of digital technology and artificial intelligence. How we can build infrastructure at scale, and how we can access markets at scale. And I'm talking not just about markets in your own country, but markets across the continent with the African Continental Free Trade Area, and maybe global. Let's go global for our young entrepreneurs. What changes do we need for speed? What changes do we need for accountability? So, we're here as a problem-solving group with short, concrete answers, one reform, one decision, one delivery change that truly move the needle. Let me introduce you to your panelists. I'm going to moderate this myself, I'm delighted, and the dialogue will be in both English and French. So if you're not bilingual, grab one of those earpieces that is in front of you. Now, I will first introduce a gentleman we're so honored to have with us, and I want you to give a robust round of applause for all our panelists, the first of which, he is the Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Salah Ahmed Jammeh. And as my dear colleagues from protocol lead His Excellency to his seat, I would like to introduce the Minister of the Knowledge Economy and Startups and Micro-Enterprises at the very same country you just watched that video. Please welcome His Excellency from Algeria, Noureddin Aouda. Representing His Excellency the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, we welcome the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals at the AUC. Please welcome Mrs. Francisca Tachoup Belobey. You just saw the transformational work that he and his brother are doing in the cocoa value chain in Côte d'Ivoire. So please welcome the founder and CEO of Diakité Cocoa, Mr. Alhassane Diakité. And completing our stellar cast for what will be a great 1 hour is the Director for Sub-Saharan Africa, Government Affairs and Public Policy at a global behemoth. You might have heard of this company. It's called Google. Mr. Charles Marito. Now, as I ask you to take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. And the clock starts now. So many questions, so little time. But I'm going to start as protocol dictates by asking the first question on this panel. The first question on this panel, and it goes to the Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. We're very, very, very excited. Just press that button right there, and if it's red, it means that we can hear you. On the right, the white button on the right there. And maybe you could help, maybe protocol could help for those that need help there. Now, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister Jammeh, when you look at those two videos, the Supreme Twins in Divo in Côte d'Ivoire and Algeria's startup boom, as a government, what is one of the big decisions, right? When I ask you to just choose one decision your government has taken that most closely moves the Somali youth, who are very dynamic, young, eager, hungry youth, from survival activities who are trying to traverse a system that doesn't seem to be designed for them often. I'm not talking about Somalia in particular, I'm talking across Africa. What is one of the big decisions your government has made that turns that survival activities into real decent jobs and opportunities?
Well, thank you very much, and it's indeed a pleasure to be here among leaders in the African context when it comes to economic growth, job creation, and entrepreneurship. And it was indeed very insightful to listen to the President of Ethiopia and others who have articulated the vision for our continent and also particular countries. Of course, as you all are familiar with, Somalia it has gone through a history of its own that many other Africans went through. But at the moment, perhaps our top priority is not one single fold. I would identify reforming our financial governance and putting in place a digital public infrastructure would be a necessary prerequisite for enabling our youth. Just prior to coming here, we held a national summit on Somalia's national digital infrastructure. We are trying to put we passed company laws, we passed financial regulation laws, we put in place the Somali Development Bank and Reconstruction Bank, and all those efforts are geared towards helping the conducive environment to enable the crowding of finances so that our youth who are very creative and entrepreneurial can carry out. And finally, we recently concluded our national development plan that we have renamed as a national transformation plan. One of the speakers mentioned that jobs are a product of transformations. And by transformation, we mean a whole government approach towards economic growth and job creation. So we have looked at specific sectors, fisheries, agriculture, and service industry, so that our youth can contribute. And finally, to conclude, we have done a study on youth enterprises, over 1,000 of them, and we realized about 60% of them are only in trade and import-export goods and not in productive sectors. So we have done value chain analysis that would help them to utilize that insights and markets in order to utilize the opportunity.
Thank you very much for kicking us off there with the opening salvo. I think, I'm going to stand up, I think, because it's easier for me to see you. I'm going to come back here if you don't mind. Yeah, now this is better. I feel more, this is my safe space. I'm more comfortable here. Excellent, thank you. Deputy Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. So very clear, definitive actions that they've taken in Somalia. And you saw the video in Algeria. Minister Noureddin Auda, you're the Minister of the Knowledge Economy, Startups and Micro Enterprises in Algeria. And that film that we've just seen shows your country betting big on the knowledge economy, betting big on startups as a new growth engine for the Algerian economy. What are one or two hard results behind that story that you're most proud of, that you could share with your fellow African leaders, brothers and sisters today?
Okay. Thank you very much for this question, and I'm really glad to be among you in this very high-level panel. So if you want to talk about maybe one of the or two major impacts that we had after 5-year public policy, after that our president put in place a dedicated ministry for knowledge economy and startups, is that we started in 2020 by putting in place a legal framework on a digital way. We are dealing with youth, innovative people, so the whole process is digital, and we started to put in place a digital framework who can identify who is doing what. And let me tell you that it's very important because we have to separate, as Honorable Speaker has said, we have to separate between added value businesses and classical business. So this was the goal, and it is done. Today we have an accurate map with tens of thousands of people doing business, and we know who is doing innovative business, added value, and who is doing classical business, and both are okay for the economy. And what we noticed very quickly that once we put in place this legal framework and we promoted this platform, that 60% of the business is newly launched business. It means that in the past, Algeria spent billions of dollars supporting SMEs. But it was a classical way to support SMEs, using debt and using classical way. When we put in place in 2020 this new legal framework, so startups rised from nowhere. And today, when we are talking about more than 10K startups in the Algerian ecosystem, 60% of them was not existing before the legal framework. So just to let you know that in some times people can be afraid about public policy, but in our case, this public policy allowed to rise a potential of innovation that was hidden by the old process to launch companies. The other important point is that when we are talking about innovation, we are talking about youth and technology. And today in Algeria, we introduced in 2026 what we call innovate or pay principle. So several of our distinguished speakers has mentioned the fact that in Africa, usually we are exporting raw material, and we have to maybe make local transformation to have added value. So innovate or pay principle is a way that it's an incentive, and at the same time, a way to lead the companies to trust in the local innovation. And this is very powerful mechanism that we introduced in 2026 in our financial law. And we are expecting that the companies will more have the opportunity to trust in local investors and local innovators, give them opportunity to transform raw material before exported in the global market.
It's absolutely fascinating because you feel when we listen to you that it's almost a different approach. It's an innovative approach to this, and it's changed in the fast-changing world with digital technology and the youth. You've taken an approach where you are growing with them almost. You're growing your policies, you're growing your legal frameworks and your use of digital technology in step with the changes that are rapidly happening around us. I could be talking to you next year and you could be telling me something completely different that you've evolved. So congratulations on having such innovation in your system. It's reaping rewards. Now, I'll move on to the commissioner who probably has the biggest portfolio at the African Union. I always say that you have the longest, Ms. Francisca Tachupa-Bello-Bay, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals at the AUC. Now, Madame, can I ask you a two-pronged question, two questions in one? The first question is, what is the single policy measure that you're prepared to prioritize? What's number one? To shift youth enterprise from what we call survival mode, survival activity, to a source of sustained job creation industry. What's the first one that you think of? And the second half of that question, what is one financing instrument that you would love to be behind scaling? Yeah? What is it that you are looking at promoting, that you're encouraging? Is it guarantees? Is it procurement set-asides, co-investment vehicles? Is it tax measures, perhaps, that could mobilize significantly more private capital into youth-led firms? Because that is one of their biggest problems, how to raise capital. Go ahead, Madam.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think that we have a lot of instruments, and there is no perfect instrument, no perfect political instrument, no perfect strategic instrument, no perfect financial instrument. It has been, I think, outlined here which are the problems that exist concerning financing economies. So it is not only a question of financing the startups. So we are, from the continental perspective, of course, we are looking at how do we empower more our economies. And therefore, we are looking at holistic solutions while we can, of course, try to have instruments that respond to specific needs. However, I think that we have a wide range of political instruments. The African Union has, in 2024, adopted a policy for startups. That's it. That's at the strategical framework level. Looking at financial instruments, we definitely believe that having insurances for investments as well as guarantees funds established are very important for that. But we believe that this is not where the problem is, as a matter of fact. The problem is in our approach. We do not have a systemic common approach. That's the biggest problem that we are seeing at continental level. The segmented approach into these specific sectors really challenges the impact and fragilize the impact we could else have in promoting those sectors.
So what do we do about that?
I think that we need to have a one coordinated framework and one implementing framework for that, working towards the implementation of project types along all the economic regional communities. I think, for example, that we are now in the digital era, but we do not have a special funds for digital economies. So I think one of the approach we could have is creating in each of our regions such a digital zones, which will enable our youth definitely to have business with the frameworks that we have already established, including the fiscal policies that could benefit them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A very solid solution there, Prophet. Now I'll turn to the founder of Diakité Cocoa. You'll be speaking in French, I believe. Mr. Hassan Diakité. Mr. Diakité, you and your brother, you could have stayed in the comfort zone of exporting cocoa beans, but instead, the Diakité brothers grew this factory in Divo, and then your plant created hundreds of jobs. What was the single toughest barrier that you had to break through to shift from raw cocoa and add value addition to processing at scale? What was that biggest thing as two young brothers exporting and producing cocoa?
Bonjour à tous, merci beaucoup pour cette lucane que vous nous donnez en tant que jeunes Africains. Alors, l'obstacle, nous avons connu beaucoup de difficultés, beaucoup d'obstacles. Premièrement, d'abord au niveau financement, parce que vous savez qu'en Afrique, c'est beaucoup difficile avec le financement, surtout quand on est jeune. Quand on est jeune, l'État et les banques doutent beaucoup de nos compétences et de nos capacités. Et donc, nous avons travaillé sur nous-mêmes et nos producteurs, étant donné que nous sommes fils de producteurs, dans un début, les producteurs nous faisaient confiance. Les producteurs nous mettaient à disposition leurs productions pour qu'on puisse les vendre. Et cela nous a permis de rentabiliser, d'avoir un peu d'argent d'abord. Et ensuite, nous avons commencé à fabriquer des matériels de manière locale, artisanale. Donc, nous avons commencé vraiment à bas échelle. Et ensuite, avec les équipements chinois qui étaient à de très bons coûts, et nous avons débuté après au niveau semi-industriel avec des équipements chinois qui ne nous ont pas coûté beaucoup, et jusqu'à en arriver aujourd'hui à une industrie vraiment automatisée. Et donc aussi, ce qui a été avantageux pour nous quand on a acquis des équipements, il faut savoir que notre pays avait une vision de transformer au moins 50% de notre production nationale. Et il y a eu des avantages que l'État a mis en place pour les investissements. C'est-à-dire que les exonérations sur les équipements, c'est-à-dire que exonération de taxes, exonération de douane, TVA sur les équipements qu'on a importés. Donc ça nous a permis aussi de pouvoir, comment on dit ça, d'économiser à ce niveau. Mais ce qui a été jusqu'à présent qui continue à être difficile, c'est au niveau des financements. Donc il faut vraiment des solutions vraiment concrètes pour les pays africains, pour qu'il y ait des jeunes entrepreneurs qui peut-être n'auront pas la chance comme nous aussi de pouvoir vraiment évoluer.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to move on to Google. Charles, you and your colleagues at Google are such profound believers in the power of technology and digital infrastructure to change the lives of these young people that we're talking about. So from where you sit at Google as the director for Africa, where have you actually seen digital infrastructure, skills, platforms clearly, without a doubt, translating into higher incomes, more jobs for young people, young entrepreneurs? Can you give us one or two concrete examples, please?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the question. I think it's also important to first set the stage in terms of the context. By 2050, I know we've been talking about the Agenda 2063, by 2050, more than a third of the world's workforce is going to be right here on the continent, which means that we are going to really have the talent that is going to drive the world in terms of workforce. The second point I want to make in terms of a data point is that today we have 6.4 million people being born or children being born in all of continental Europe, including Russia. In Nigeria alone, we have 7.5 million children born every day. So just thinking about those two data points, it's really critical for us to ensure that we're building the right skill set that is going to service the continent. And I want to just give three things on this. The first one is that with digital, we've seen the growth of a premium in terms of wages. So there's a 56% incremental value in people who have the skill sets that are using and utilizing digital to be able to do their work. So that's a direct impact that we're seeing today in terms of the people who have those skill sets. So we need to empower our youth to have the right talent and the skills to be able to take those jobs. The second piece is that we now have an AI blueprint, skills blueprint, which looks at the continent and sees what are the gaps and what are the things that we need to be able to do in terms of enabling those skill sets to be adopted by multiple countries across the continent. So working closely with the AU to implement that AI skills blueprint to be adopted across all the member states is really going to be able to help drive that 56% in incremental skills or incremental wages. And that can also be able to help the 44 million SMEs adopt digital and then grow faster. We've seen that right now, companies that employ digital and AI are seeing a 40% growth in their revenue, so that it's really critical to be able to start driving those efficiencies and be able to do that. And then lastly is really a concrete example of two companies that I want to give. One here in Ethiopia and another one in Senegal. So Gary Logistics right here is using AI to be able to rebuild the logistics system and drive that last mile close of deliveries. And then in Senegal, we have Lengo AI, which is also building a digital sector around freight. We had the president of AFC talk about the CIF. So applying AI in terms of the freight and delivery across the seas, Lengo AI in Senegal is applying that technology to be able to reduce the bottlenecks and drive better efficiencies. So those are just two examples of actual companies right here on the continent leveraging digital, as well as seeing the ability of increasing wages for people who understand the opportunity of digital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And one last statistic is I understand there are 12,000 is it every day or every week or something, young people going into the job market, I think, in Africa. So, I mean, you know, these are graduates going into the job market looking for jobs, right? So it is critical. And I mean, it's very urgent, isn't it? I now turn back to the Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. As I understand it, sir, you led labor, employment and civil service reforms in Somalia. Very interesting. A civil service, I think it was the first civil service overhaul, was it not? In decades. New employment policies and all those reforms. Which one of them had the most visible impact on young people? Because the argument is that often they're the last. You're creating reforms for, you know, this generation when you should be really creating them for the next. So which ones kind of helped young people actually getting work or starting businesses?
Thank you very much. Yes, I used to be the Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, and in those days it was more about reconstituting the civil service of Somalia rather than reforming. I mean, the word reform has become a buzzword in contemporary development discourse, but in some cases it is about reconstituting the civil service, re-establishing it after a conflict, and ensuring that we are not living in the 70s and the 80s where you would have a couple of 100,000 civil servants. Now, our civil servants is just about 15,000 for now at the federal level, but we have federal member states. But let me connect how I want to echo the words of the Commissioner and the representative from Google, that it is not one single policy that would enhance the prospects of our youth finding jobs. Let me make the following observations. When we talk about youth entrepreneurship or enterprises, in the cases of countries like Somalia, we're talking about almost 75% of the population. So it is a national policy. It is not like for a small section of the society. And that is the case for the whole of Africa, with 1/3 of the world's labor force going to be from Africa. Ironically, in a continent in which 600 million people don't even have access to electricity. Ironically, in a continent in which a country that contributes to less than 3% of global manufactured goods. A continent whose industrial consumption is outnumbered by 2 countries, Germany and France. A continent in which the tuna that was caught in the Somali seas is repackaged in Asia and sold to the Ethiopians. And the coffee that was grown in Ethiopia is repackaged and added value in Europe and Germany and elsewhere and brought back to Africa. And of course the cocoa from Ivory Coast to here. So we must understand there is not one single bullet solution for job creation for our youth. When I went to the Ministry of Labor, there was a program under UNDP called YES program. That was about creating jobs for the youth. But it was not linked to the industrial policy. It was not linked to what's happening in the education sector. For instance, in our last study of our national skill set mix, we realized that less than 2% of our programs at the universities are geared towards livestock and agriculture, which is 70% of our economy. Everybody wants to become a public administrator when there is very little to administer. And even in the debate on the future of AI, is it going to be yet another, dust in the eyes of the Africans? Or is it going to be an AI or artificial intelligence or digital infrastructure that is relevant to the Somali people? When jobs were moved away from the industrial West to Asian countries, there were certain prevailing conditions of financing, industrial policy, and government policy that was engineered by a meritocratic civil service. So when we were putting our civil service in place, we were thinking about how are we going to put all different policies together. Due to the civil service reform that we did, now we have directors and actors in different ministries who are able to think in a holistic manner. So when the Minister of Education is trying to promote certain programs, it must align with industrial policy. It must align with market demands so that we don't produce labor that is designed for Europe or maybe Asia, but labor that is designed for the African context and the Somali context. So when we established labs based on a Malaysian model of trying to develop national transformation policy, we looked at every sector. Let's take the example of the health sector. We need over 150,000 people in the health sector. What are those going to be? Not all of them are going to be doctors. Many of them are going to be radiologists. Many of them are going to be technicians that are able to fix an MRI machine or something else. So our civil servants are now trained to think in a developmentalist context. And finally, the African Union has an agenda called silencing the guns. Without security, we cannot talk about job creation. Without political stability, we cannot talk about job creation. Without fair access to international finance, we cannot talk about. So I would not like to zoom into the firm level discourse about job creation, but rather a holistic government approach and an African approach. The amount of trade that Africans do together is less than, in Europe it's about 30-60, and here it's 7%. When everything, we get apples from Poland, we get orange and everything from Brazil, yet we cannot get from Egypt right now in the streets of Mogadishu. So we must think at the country level, we must think at the regional level, and we must think at the continental level. That's why we got into the East African Economic Community. That's why we are trying to get into Horn of Africa initiative. And maybe, finally, we realize that the number one impediment to small-scale industry for youth is not only about finance, it's also about energy. It causes more than 50 cents to produce 1 unit of energy in Somalia. When in Ethiopia, it's like 2 cents. So maybe we can try to utilize the energy produced by Ethiopia.
Yeah.
But that needs massive investment and it needs government agenda. So finally, without lecturing too much into this, we have learned over the history that a meritocratic civil servants are able to change people's lives. It is not about the individual only, it's about the state you live in and the policies it pursues. So we're not doing one thing in Somalia, we're doing 1,000 things, from economic policies to social policy to security policy to good governance. We just have had 1 million registered voters in the city of Mogadishu for the first time in 60 years. That would attract and build the confidence of all the financial actors in the world. We're getting into bilateral commercial agreements with Qatar, with Saudi Arabia, with Turkey, with others, and hopefully with African countries and African financial institutions. So it is a multi-pronged approach. And a lot of you would be surprised when you come to Somalia that 90% of purchases are done electronically. And you may hear some other things in the news. Sorry, I went too much into that.
No, it's absolutely fascinating. I want to come back to you later because I have a follow-up question about how Somalia gets that business innovation in that fragile security context. But I want to move from Somalia and fly all the way back to Algeria, the other side of Africa. The video was fascinating. It shows very deliberate strategy, as you've been talking about. And you're very deliberate about moving from hydrocarbons into a diversified knowledge-based economy, which of course is driven by young people, as Google rightly says, as Charles said, it's the young people that drive knowledge-based economy. It's not old guys like me. I didn't say you, but I said me. So what were the boldest policy choices in Algeria that you had to make to unlock this shift? You see, you're not alone. Many governments are nervous about making that bold move from hydrocarbons into diversified economies, right? So what would you advise them, other African governments that are still hesitating?
So I think the bold decision was done in 2020 by our president to put in place a ministry for that. And at that moment, let me tell you, no one was believing that a ministry will succeed to put in place a knowledge-based economy, and more, no institution is able to gather and to master the youth generation or the new generation, which is more likely digital. So this was very bold decision, and what was making the difference is that this department has been created from nowhere with people that never did policy or never been in a institutional position before that. So it was done from people coming from research, from industry, from international institutions, and this was bold. And now, just after that, what can make us really talking about a knowledge-based economy is that from one side, believe me, we have no choice. We are in a context that we have to move to this intangible economy because our new generation is more aware and more mastering the digital tools. And also, we have a big challenge, as our distinguished speaker said, the big challenge of demography in Africa. But my sincere thought about this is that demography in Africa is a positive point, not a negative one. And this youth population is really the raw of building a new economy based on technology. In the other side, we worked on the fact that we want to have these new entrepreneurs, new generation of entrepreneurs using digital. And as I said in my first intervention, we put the legal framework 100% digital. So we changed the way how to deal with this new generation and make it 100% digital. Another important point is that, as my colleagues had said, there is no unique policy to solve problems in Africa, but we will go deeper if we learn from each other. And this is why we have in 2022 launched the African Startup Conference that you have seen in the video. Actually, we are in the, we just organized in December the 4th edition. African Startup Conference The idea behind that was just simply to work together, learn from each other, try to be realistic and fight the real challenges that we are facing today in Africa. People have talked about security, digital infrastructure. So African Sub-Conference is a platform. And in 2023, the resolution of African Sub-Conference have been adopted in African Union. So this document is becoming a platform to exchange best practices, but not to have one policy for Africa. Now, we can use African Sub-Conference to help each other. The Deputy Prime Minister have talked about the challenge of the cost of energy, of the challenge of infrastructure. So today, I think the future of Africa will be in the fact that we will be able to dialogue and to work together, but in the same time, we have to remove barriers and try to make it a unique market with unique legal framework and allow entrepreneurs to move freely within the continent at least, if you want to have really champions going worldwide and really building the future of Africa, especially on the technological side.
You've given me a beautiful segue into the next question for the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism and Industry and Minerals at the AUC, because it's about coordinated efforts, about harmonization. It's not about sort of fragmented countries doing things their own way. It's about joining the dots, which is where their power is. Coordination mechanisms that strengthen and establish industry policy, skills development, infrastructure, market access, so that we're all aligned, right? So that we can deliver scale rather than these fragmented efforts. I want you to talk a little bit about how we do that, and especially in particular, one thing we've not really mentioned, the AFCFTA. Where does the AFCFTA at this moment in time, in 2026, come when it comes to empowering youth entrepreneurs? Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, but please allow me just to bring in some few datas. Your Excellency, thank God, given the results and the hard works of our institutions, the EFTFCA, we are having actually around now 20% of inter-African trade. So they have been a substantive improvement in the business making and trade within the continent, and given the very barriers that we have and non-tariffaric barriers, we think that 20% is a good result. Also taking into consideration that we do not have goods to trade with, which is the biggest challenge for the continent. At least this is why industrialization is very important.
Can I ask you, you said we don't have goods to trade. Are you talking about value-added goods to trade in?
Yes,
or
of course.
Because we have goods, but you're saying value-added goods. Yeah.
We are talking about value-added goods as well, because this is which bring, of course, the incomes that we are looking at. But here the information was to say that it has increased, and the efforts are being done, countries are working, and they are adhering more and more to the different mechanisms that are established at the FTFCA level. And once again, of course, the FTFCA is also looking at the issue of startups. And let me read here, we say the onboarding of at last 1,000 certified youth and women-led processing firms into a continental capacity enhancing program that provides technical capacity building to support the SME to enter into the AFTFCA and to be aligned with the AFTFCA mechanism. So this is one of the efforts that's been doing. And concerning the financing, we are looking at the operationalization of the de-risking facility in partnership with the AMFI, especially targeting members of the youth startup and women in processing. But still, 1,000 young and women activities or enterprises is not enough for Africa. I want to present a few data that I've been looking at here. Indian startups contribute to 10 to 15% to the country's GDP.
10 to 15% contributed by young entrepreneurs in India.
Entrepreneurs.
Wow.
In Europe, it says that 12% of the new jobs created are counted on startups.
Wow.
In Africa, we are at 3% of continental GDP. Now, but it is clearly stated that, that there is a potential here. Now, what do we do to scale up this potential? And this is where I bring in again and say we really need to have a more stronger coordinated approach to that and even more stronger implementation instrument into that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Now, I'll come back to you, Al-Hassan Diakite, founder of Diakite Cocoa. By the way, downstairs, when we go to lunch, we have a knowledge fair and exhibition, and I understand, Al-Hassan, you have a stand downstairs in the exhibition hall, so I'd encourage you to visit Diakite's stand downstairs. You've said you want to help rewrite Côte d'Ivoire's cocoa story from within, right? It's not just for you. In fact, as I understood it, you and your brother grew up on a cocoa farm. Your father was a cocoa farmer, was he not? You want to inspire others. So my question to you is that you've created hundreds of jobs. You've even used solar and biomass to cut fossil fuel use. You've been innovative. So from your lived experience, what are, say, 3 things that you need most from government, that you need most from banks and buyers, that sort of often comes too late, or maybe didn't even come at all? And what sort of specific policies or incentives would make it easier for the next Supreme Twins to build processing plants in cities across Africa?
Merci beaucoup. Les 3 éléments dont nous avons besoin aujourd'hui, le plus important, comme on a l'habitude de le dire en Afrique, le nerf de la guerre, c'est l'argent. Et donc, c'est le financement, c'est-à-dire le financement adapté à notre activité, qui est le cacao, aussi la transformation des matières premières. Et deuxièmement, la formation. Et comme vous voyez aujourd'hui, le monde est en train d'évoluer. Il y a l'avènement aussi de l'intelligence artificielle qui aussi peut être mis au service aussi de l'agriculture et aussi de la transformation avec l'industrie 3.0. Et aussi le renouvellement générationnel aussi au niveau de l'agriculture. Comme on a des parents aussi qui sont vieillissants, donc il faut former. Je reviens encore sur le volet formation aussi des jeunes. Il faut beaucoup former les jeunes. Et aussi l'élément aussi, c'est la transmission énergétique. C'est-à-dire que la transition énergétique est utiliser de nouvelles énergies pour qu'on puisse moins polluer l'environnement. Et donc, c'est pour ça que nous, dans nos industries, nous utilisons les énergies renouvelables pour que le cacao que nous produisons, le chocolat que nous produisons, soit un cacao, un chocolat responsable. Et donc, pour résumer, les 3 éléments, comme je l'ai dit, il y a le financement, la formation et puis l'intelligence artificielle aujourd'hui et l'utilisation des nouvelles technologies aujourd'hui. Et donc, voilà. La deuxième question, c'était...
Yes, my second question was basically what are some of the policies or incentives that would make it easier for you to be recreated in, I don't know, Nigeria, Kenya, Algeria, the next supreme twins? Kind of what are some of the incentives or policies that so that they don't have to go through what you went through?
C'est de mettre en place des pôles régionaux industriels intégrés dans les différents pays, des chaînes de valeur stratégiques. C'est-à-dire que chaque chaîne de valeur doit regrouper sur son territoire des unités industrielles et des zones de transformation, des infrastructures aussi dédiées, c'est-à-dire que des énergies fiables, parce que vous savez qu'en Afrique, l'énergie coûte beaucoup, et pour pouvoir se connecter aussi au réseau des énergies, c'est vraiment difficile. La logistique aussi, et aussi le numérique. Et les centres de formation aussi techniques spécialisés qui sont aussi adaptés surtout aux besoins des entreprises et aussi des dispositifs financiers qui doivent être ciblés, c'est-à-dire comme des fonds de garantie, des co-investissements. Et ça va vraiment aider parce que nous, dans notre cas, où généralement on a installé nos usines, ce n'était pas des zones dédiées pour la transformation. Et même pour pouvoir nous connecter même à l'énergie, ça a été vraiment difficile. Et ça nous a coûté énormément d'argent, alors que dans le business plan de départ, on n'avait pas tenu compte. Et même les canalisations, tout ça, donc c'est des choses à vraiment revoir pour faciliter les choses aux jeunes qui viennent s'installer. Et aussi, il y a des réformes aussi que les États africains aussi doivent prendre pour que l'État soit aussi vraiment productif aussi, qui doit être basé sur 3 principes. D'abord, il y a les délais, et puis les coordinations, puis les responsabilités. Parce que nous, comme j'ai expliqué, pour investir, il y a un coût d'investissement. Et pour pouvoir bénéficier des coûts d'investissement, il y a des démarches à faire. Et donc, au niveau des documentations, au niveau des demandes, c'est extrêmement long. Et nous, on a eu un problème que j'explique toujours. On a eu une difficulté où, quand on a eu le coût d'investissement, on était exonéré des douanes. Et donc, quand les machines sont arrivées, le HS code sur le BL ne correspondait pas au HS code des matériels qui étaient venus, puisqu'ils étaient venus de manière fractionnée. Et donc, on devait faire un courrier pour faire une demande d'importation fractionnelle, de fractionner pour qu'on puisse être exonéré des douanes. Cela nous a pris pratiquement 4 à 5 mois avant que nous ayons un retour des autorités douanières, alors que nous étions à 2 doigts pour que nos matériels puissent partir aux ventes aux enchères. Et donc, il faut vraiment qu'il y ait des délais vraiment raisonnables pour les autorisations, pour les demandes d'agrément, les demandes de permis. Et il faut des autorisations vraiment réputées. S'il y a des délais, si ces délais imposés sont passés, automatiquement, on doit se dire que c'est accordé si l'État ne nous fait pas de retour.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go right across to Charles there. Now, Charles, when you look across the continent, what are some of the biggest blockers that stop all this digital potential from turning into real jobs for young people? What's the problem? What's the bottleneck? Is it regulation? Is it connectivity? Is it data costs? We know that energy costs are high and also data costs for African entrepreneurs. Or am I wrong? Is it something else? What do we need to change? And let's move on. Say you're sitting with the government of Somalia, the government of Algeria, wherever, tonight to design a national scale partnership with Google at local startup ecosystem level. Yeah? What are the 3 ingredients that you would insist on to make sure that digital inclusion really becomes enterprise growth for these young people, becomes jobs and not just training numbers, which often happens? Go ahead.
So let's talk about the elephant in the room. Only 10 to 14% of primary school graduates actually can read at the level that they should or do math at the level that they should across the continent, compared to about 46% in terms of the global average. So one of the foundational things, and there's a couple of reasons to that. there's the issue of language mismatch, whereby across the continent, over 80% of Africans do not learn in their mother tongue, which has been proven to be a challenge. The second piece that is a challenge is the foundational resources, whereby only 31% of students in schools in Africa have a one-to-one ratio in terms of textbooks to students. And then lastly, teacher training, whereby most teachers do not have the capability at the level that they should be teaching, especially for the foundational early childhood education. Now, why do I bring that point to bear when we're talking about technology, etc.? Is that technology can be able to help bridge some of that. We can be able to leverage AI in terms of training teachers better, driving better personalized training to students, personalized assessments for students so that they can understand where are they having challenges, and they're assessed on an individual basis so that they can really work. And I'll give an example of a pilot that we're working on in Ghana, whereby we're working with 14 schools across Ghana to leverage AI to deliver training, and the teachers and the school districts also have that, the ministry has that. So that the students get feedback on a real-time basis of, for instance, on composition. Are they good at grammar? Is it the context that they're missing? Or how do they improve on that? And every single student will get that assessment. But on an aggregated level, the ministry can be able to see different parts of Ghana has different challenges. So for instance, in Kumasi, the grammar is not that great. However, in northern Ghana, it's context that's not great. So you then personalized the efforts that are going to change and improve the way that you're going to deliver that education to those young people. Because a lot of entrepreneurs and business people are saying that one of the biggest hurdles that they're facing is having that skilled workforce. So we must fix the foundational component. And to fix that foundational component, we can leverage technology. But the other challenge that we have that's a bottleneck across the continent is that people do not have the devices and access to devices so that they can be able to leverage technology as they should. In the West, you have a pay-as-you-go plan whereby for a low fee, you can be able to go buy a device and you can be able to then pay that together with your bundle of data, voice, and use that and text and pay that as you go. In Africa, you have to pay for the device and the smartphones up front. And it's usually a multiple of each individual's earning income on a monthly basis. So it's going to be impossible to do that. So we also need to come up with a device financing mechanism, working closely with the TDBs, with Badea, and I know we spoke briefly yesterday, AFDB, and find ways that we can be able to solve for that device financing mechanism so that more Africans can have the right devices and the right technology in their hands to be able to reach the learning and the lessons that they need. And then lastly, Madam Fatma spoke about how we can finance infrastructure and the like. I think it's really critical for us to also have a definitive decision on how we're going to fund quality education across the continent, especially at the early childhood development stage. I know that there's a lot that happens at the tertiary and the post-high school level, but at that foundational level, we must be able to fix that. Because if we only do it at the tertiary level, you're just fixing the roof, yet the foundation of the building is weak. So we need to think about that. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. You packed a lot in there to think about. I'm told that we're almost out of time for this panel, but I will, if you bear with me, ask them to have one quick intervention just to close. So maybe in a minute, I could ask you all to respond in a minute. Let me go down the line as I have and go to the Deputy Prime Minister of Somalia, sir. If I was a young founder in Mogadishu or Garowe, and I asked you, what's going to be different in the next 3 years? What is one of the institutional changes? I'm talking about finance, land, digital ID, justice. Would you point to as a game changer for me, that for my business?
Well, Thank you very much. I think the first thing I would like to point to is the rolling out of a national ID system in Somalia for the first time, which has been a major impediment to anybody doing anything. In fact, even it has an impact on financing. If you don't know the person, they don't have an ID, they are not documented, it's very difficult for them to get even the smallest finances in the absence of collateral and whatnot. So national ID system, and then making sure that there is interoperability in the digital infrastructure. We have a very vibrant private sector, telecommunications sector, financial sector, but not that long ago, 3 different companies could not call each other. Everybody, you need to have 3 phones if you wanted to talk to different people. We converged those. Banks are now able to transfer money from one to the other, and banks. So we are relying very much on technology, and thanks to the World Bank and others who work with us on this Know Your Customer infrastructure that we're putting in place. I would point to one shop solution to anybody who's trying to register. Because now there are challenges. If you're trying to register in the federal member state, you have to pay fees. If you're trying to register at the federal government level, and that has to do with the state building. We are trying to harmonize that there should not be impediments from the system to anybody who's trying to register. And finally, we are trying to come up with unique financial instruments and policies and mechanisms to ensure, for instance, in Somalia, anybody with money would invest in land. And you can't do much with land or gold or whatever. The diaspora sends about a couple of $2 billion in the form of remittance, but they have enough money to invest. Right now in Garowe, there is this project where somebody is investing in 2,500 houses, one of the biggest projects in Somalia. We're trying to come up with the right environment. As a government, we cannot invest heavily in the industries, but we at least should create the conducive environment. That is what any young entrepreneur would count on. And places like Puntland and other coastal states, almost all the states in Somalia have coasts, they can invest in sector-specific areas. Finally, a lot of young people now are investing in fodder. Investing in fodder production was never part of our culture or our economic activities. But after drought, when livestock is passing out, young people have picked up the skills and the ideas and maybe knowledge sharing from platforms across the continent, that there hundreds of them are investing in fodder production. They're investing in smart green agriculture. And much of it had to do with the emerging role of the Somali state and its legality and the rule of law that has emerged. So I see a very bright future for the African young people and also the Somali young people. And,
wonderful. And talking about the future, I'm going to ask your esteemed colleague to your right there, the Minister of Knowledge Economy, Startups and Micro-Enterprise of Algeria, for your last very short intervention, Your Excellency. I want you to look into your crystal ball of startups and micro-enterprises, right? And divine for me. If we were to play that video back, that Algeria video in 2030, right? What would you want to look and feel fundamentally different? What's the dream?
Maybe two points. The first one is that we have to fit with the AI challenges and this new era. And this is very challenging. It's not only a matter of infrastructure or skills, but it's more deeply impactful for our society. So this is very important. So today, we are using artificial intelligence, which is not developed in Africa, and which is not fitting with our culture, with our behavior, with our reality. So this is very, very challenging. And we have to have at our own AI, our own models, based on our own data. So this will be the challenge, and hopefully we will have this mastering of technology and then use it. And I totally agree with our colleague from Google that it will bring big value and growth for our companies. The other point is that we have to use technology more and more in the sectors that are crucial for Africa, especially agriculture. And my hope is that agriculture will be more developed more sustainable way, more sustainable energy. So these maybe will be the two challenges, because we are talking about food security and also we are talking about digital security. Both are very important for us.
Perfect. And now I'll move on to the Honourable Commissioner at the OAU, Commissioner Balobe. You took over from our dear brother, Ambassador Albert Muchanga, did you not? That was your predecessor. He was a very passionate champion in terms of political and institutional reform. For you, taking this role, what is your passion point? What do you personally challenge to enhance speed and coherence, accountability, and speed up this implementation of everything we're wanting? What keeps you up at night is what I'm asking.
I would like to congratulate our countries, because I think that a lot has been done in improving the business sector environment, including the fiscal policies. But I think that there is still yet to be done, because implementations take place at country level.
Yes.
Despite continental and regional approaches and regional support, I believe that countries still need to be more reform-oriented and be proactive rather than reactive. So this is what keeps me awake
at night.
At night, thank you so much. Which could be the ways in having the countries seeing in advance the trends that are coming and being able to react at that before they come. I think this is the only thing that will really help us to do the famous leapfrog and to close the gap in innovation and digital economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As I said, this is a quick rapid fire and then we're going to close. So I'm going to go to Al-Hassan. Al-Hassan, I'm wondering what keeps you up at night. I'm sure you drink nice cups of cocoa, but as you're going to bed, I want to understand really what's passionate. Okay, so if I was a young entrepreneur, right, with dreams, and I was in this room, and after this speech, I came to you and I said, I want to do in my country what you've done in yours, in Devo. What's like the most honest piece of advice you would give me? You know, what would you tell me to ask my government, for example? What would you tell me? What would you advise me?
Le conseil d'abord aux jeunes, c'est de croire en eux-mêmes, d'abord avant de croire au gouvernement, parce qu'en Afrique, comme vous le savez, la politique rend vraiment tout compliqué, tout complexe. Et donc c'est de croire en soi, de croire en ses rêves et de croire au potentiel de notre pays. Et quand on voit qu'un secteur est indispensable pour le pays, il faut s'y mettre à fond. Comme vous le savez, la Côte d'Ivoire est le premier pays producteur mondial de cacao, avec plus de 14% du PIB. Et donc, nous, on s'est dit qu'en tant que jeunes, on ne devait pas répéter les mêmes choses que nos parents qui se limitaient à récolter, à sécher et à revendre. On s'est dit qu'il faut qu'on ajoute une plus-value, il faut qu'on transforme. C'était compliqué, c'était un rêve, mais nous avons pu le réaliser parce qu'on a cru en nous, parce qu'on a été sérieux. Il faut aussi que les jeunes africains aussi soient sérieux, parce que ce qui fait aujourd'hui que nous, beaucoup de portes nous sommes fermées, c'est parce que les États et d'autres institutions ont fait confiance à d'autres jeunes qui n'ont pas mérité ces confiances-là. Et donc aujourd'hui, beaucoup de jeunes se retrouvent dans ce cercle fermé. Et donc c'est d'être vraiment sérieux, de mériter la confiance de tous les parties prenantes. Et ce que j'aimerais dire aussi au gouvernement, c'est que il y a un de nos professeurs qui disait que d'ici 2060, que la prospérité des pays africains ne dépendra pas des ressources naturelles, mais de leur capacité à gérer les talents, à faire progresser la science et la technologie et à développer la propriété intellectuelle. Et donc c'est de miser surtout sur la formation des jeunes. La formation des jeunes, c'est le plus important parce que c'est le seul héritage qu'ils pourront nous laisser, c'est la formation, le savoir-faire et le savoir-être.
Thank you very much. Now, just one last voice. Charles, you have the honor, actually, of taking us to the finishing line of what's been a fascinating one-hour conversation. Charles, I'm going to ask you to also look into the future. Say 2030. We're in 2030 now, 4 years later. We're back here. We're back here in Addis. So what's one of the concrete changes that you'd like to point and say, because of what we did together, policymakers, investors, companies like Google, because of what we did together, many young Africans are now earning a decent living in the digital economy?
Thank you for that. I think I'll just put it in three sort of points. The first one is that the economic reality of the opportunity that Africans have and the youth in Africa is real, and we cannot ignore that. As the Minister said, it's an opportunity. The youth dividend is an opportunity, and we can see that 56% wage growth because of technology. We can see a 40% faster revenue growth for companies that adopt technology, and 20% faster employment, creation of jobs for those companies that adopt technology. But we, again, have those really key challenges. I mentioned education. So in 3 years, in 4 years' time, when we come back here, one of the things I would love to see is that average educational assessment level not to be at 10 to 14%, but to be at least at the 50%. Right? When over 90% of 10-year-olds currently cannot read, let's turn that around so that 100% of 10-year-olds can be able to read and write at their level. And then lastly, how do we ensure that we're leveraging multilateral financing, government and private sector partnerships to be able to find solutions? Again, talking of the device financing piece, Google can be able to create the technology that drives device lock mechanisms so that the funders and the folks who can provide the financing can be able to de-risk their cost so that they know that when someone takes that device, they will pay it either on a daily basis or on a monthly basis. So that partnership between private sector, government, and also the industry, the technology industry, I think will be really critical. So those are the things that I hope that in 4 years' time, when we come back to Addis, we can say that our young people have leveraged technology to be able to really adopt education better and really send out talented, skilled workforce to help grow the economy. Thank you.
And thank you. We've been listening to the high-level dialogue on from youth enterprise to national prosperity, what works, what can be implemented at scale, and what governments must do. Can I ask my eclectic and wonderful panel to please rise? And can I ask you to applaud based on how much you enjoyed the conversation? Okay, as I ask my panelists to please exit the stage just behind me here, we're going to shift register for a moment. You've heard a lot of speeches, so let's lighten the mood. We're here in the Africa Hall. I don't know if everybody knows the significance. This is the birthplace of the Organization of African Unity. It's here leaders once imagined a different future for this continent. And we're reminded that every big conversation about capital, every big conversation about projects and policies, investment and finance, at its core, it's a conversation about people and their dignity, their opportunities, and our love for our communities and our love for Africa. So, before we move to a next session, I want to pause with a young voice from this city of Addis Ababa. He's a 25-year-old musician, and he's a bright mind working in the tech space, and he insists that creativity can be found everywhere. His poem is called Names, so please join me in giving a powerful round of applause to Mr. Nahom Azrat.
They say that 12 million young people join Africa's labor market every year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if just counting to 10 feels really long, imagine having those 12 million handshakes. Imagine talking to those 12 million people. I have met Hannah, who codes into the night when the power returns. I have met Samuel, who worked leather, who understands leather before he understood algebra. I have met a boy who smells of coffee and ambition, who understands grind sizes and grows profiles better than most of us here understand policy timelines. Youth are not a wave. We are names. Names are unrealized return. You speak of capital flows. We speak of rent due. You speak of blended finance. We try to blend hustle and hope and pray that that mixture holds. You speak of job creation. We say first payslip. You say, let me say that again. You speak of blended finance, so we blend hustle and hope, praying that mixture holds. You say job creation. We say payslip. You say, youth are not the problem to be solved. Youth are an investment. Not tomorrow's workforce, today's infrastructure. Because a continent is not built on minerals alone. A continent is built with hands. Hands that turn cabana leather into export. Hands that make beans into espresso instead of just freight. Hands that carry steel and cargo through the gates of Tangier Med. I am not here to ask for applause. I am here to ask for arithmetic. If you believe in Africa, fund it. If you believe in innovation, fund it. If you believe in us, stop calling us potential and start calling us portfolio. So do not let our futures become side events. Do not let our names become slides. We are not a breakout session. Instead, put our names on the wall. And then meet them. Meet those names at the roastery. Meet them in the studio. Meet them in the workshops at 6 a.m. So when you leave this hall, let the commitments be heavier than the speeches. Let the funding outlast the forum. Not 12 million. One at a time. When anyone asks what we financed here, let the answer be simple. Names. Thank you.
With that powerful poem, Names, we say, well done, young man. Nahom Azrat, spoken word artist there. Another round of applause for him. Now we have just one more item before we take a break. And when we do take a break, I encourage you to go down and see the exhibition, the Knowledge Fair, but not yet, because we have one more thing to do. Now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move from youth enterprise to the perspective of one of Africa's most influential financial and development leaders that is doing so much in the SME space. Our African Business and Development Finance statesman for the ABF 2026 Center Stage Address is Dr. James Wangi, Group Managing Director and CEO of Equity Group Holdings. Welcome him to the stage, please. Under his leadership, Equity has grown from a microfinance institution into one of Africa's most influential financial services and development platforms. He's proving that African capital and African innovation can scale inclusion, finance small and medium-sized enterprises, and generate jobs at scale. Once again, a round of applause for Dr. James Wangi of the Equity Group.
Thank you very much, Mark. Excellencies, heads of states, leaders of governments, multilateral institution leaders present, private sector leaders. It's a real privilege to contribute to this forum, and particularly after such a strong poem that highlights what the issues are. To summarize what I heard, every year, 12 million young people, highly educated, joins the labor market, but they don't find jobs. Now they are saying, we stop calling them youth. They are people with names, with needs. And it says, don't tell us to create. It touched me because they were saying they don't have capital. They want jobs. Simply because the system is not working for them. That's what I heard. The system is not working for them. And I'm so excited because I was invited, and I got very excited because of what I was asked to talk about. I was told to share my reflections or strategic reflections on building resilience, inclusive and scalable Africa enterprises, rooted in domestic markets and people-centered business model. And that is the story of the poem. Our systems, people-centered. I think that's really the question. And why did I come? Because that is the pertinent question that we as Africa must really confront. And we also identify what that question should center on. It's African capital, it's African innovation, and it's African entrepreneurship that is designed to solve our problems. And the problem is very clearly articulated, drives jobs, drives productivity, and long-term economic transformation. So essentially, that's what would transform Africa. But when I looked at it, and I'll go straight to the issue of what I spend my every day doing, the financial system, is the African financial system geared to deliver that? And my answer is maybe not. Why? Because it was never designed to serve the bottom of the pyramid. We call them unbankable, and hence we coined the term inclusion to try and bring them on board. We look at our SMEs, and what do we say? The missing middle. The banking system doesn't address the needs of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And we say we still need to address the problem of the missing middle. They are missing out in financial. And then the question is, who are we serving? Because that then constitutes the African people. The system is broken. And so for me, the conversation here is to ask, and you would see it's broken when you see agriculture is the backbone of the African economies. But the financial sector, those who know, only allocate a maximum of 3% of credit to agriculture. What does it mean? Agriculture is not funded. And the question, if it's not funded, will it transform? If we don't allocate resources to agriculture, will it transform? And consequently, everybody then understands why our agriculture is still at peasantry level. It's not mechanized, it's not modernized, because it is not allocated the capital that would make it do that. You look at our education system, and you go to universities and see the population of students who are doing agriculture. Regrettably, is less than 0.5% of our university population that focuses on agriculture. Our mainstay is not even allocated human capital, leave alone money. Then how can you transform it? It lacks capital, it lacks human, it lacks institutional frameworks to support it. And then look at banking away from an institution and look at the entire financial system. We want to build strong capital base, mobilize. But what happens when we mobilize? And we do mobilize. Our governments keep 4 to 5 months of import bills as reserves. And you can take 4% of the entire import reserves of Africa. But that money is not in Africa. Our own governments don't keep their money on the African continent. Let's look at pensions. If we want long-term funds, money comes from pension funds. The pension funds, we have never created a portfolio of assets for them to invest in. What do we use them for? To finance budget deficits. So what do those who are private do? They focus on investing globally. I don't want to call it capital flight, because it is sad if governments are the ones perpetuating capital flight, because citizens then follow the example. But that is the system that we have. The system is broken. We need to fix it. Everything else is we know the problem, but we are not tackling the real problem. The last one I was asked to talk about is political ambition and execution. I think there is no bigger gap than that. That we know what needs to do, we have ambitions, but when it comes to execution, we are unable to do it because the system is broken. It's not that we can't execute. And I guess that's why I was asked to share my experience. I was only 28 years old when I left Korea. But I was brought up in a typical rural area by a widowed mother. And I saw how hard my mother worked to provide us with food, but more importantly, to get us education. It's not that she lacked to succeed in building resources because she was not working hard. It was not that she was not a good farmer, but the systems never supported her as a farmer. But when I was in Standard 5, my mother was a small-scale tea farmer. The Kenya Tea Development Authority declared that every tea farmer must have a bank account. And my mother, who had not gone to a formal school, used to ask me to accompany her. And I watched as my mother's name was read when her turn came, I saw the humiliation my mother would go through, being told, your tea money has not come. And you are being told publicly, in what would be personal information, that a bank owes you privacy. And then my mother would say, can I see the manager? Because I don't have money to go home so that I can borrow. She was not eligible to borrow, despite a known cash flow, because every month her tea's proceeds came through the bank. But the bank could not give her 200 shillings to get back home. The system was completely broken. But worse off was that when her proceeds came, the bank's first transaction was deducting what they called ledger fee. And my mother could not understand who is this person called ledger fee who took 300 shillings from her account for no service rendered. The system was extractive. And so my mother would have opted to keep her little money under the mattress. And when I looked, her neighbors who had not been forced by circumstances, they kept their money under the mattress. Worse off, she had to travel 70 kilometers to the district headquarters where the bank was. The cost of covering 140 kilometers to and fro was more than the money she was going to withdraw. The system was completely broken. The cost of accessing finance was higher than the cost of finance itself. But worse off, the bank was closing at noon. Those of us who know, banks used to close at noon. So she had to wake up at 4 to be able to reach the district headquarters at 9, to be on the queue. She was lucky if she would be served before 12. If she was not lucky, she had to look for somebody to accommodate her so that she can queue the following day to get her money. The financial system was not made for my mother. Yet, she was the farmer who was supposed to raise productivity of her tea farm, increase exports, help the country to earn foreign currency. She had responsibility without support. And so when I got an opportunity at the age of 28, I felt I needed to do something and create a bank for my mother. And that, those who know, was the genesis of Equity Building Society. We couldn't afford the license of a bank. We started as a society. That's a mutual fund. But I didn't realize that almost everybody in the country was like my mother. Only 4% of Kenyans had bank accounts. And so, when we said we were doing a bank for my mother, I realized the market was excluded. And what the young man was saying is we think in out. And that's why we fail. What was he saying? We need to think out in. The systems that we have are supply driven. They are not demand driven. Consequently, supply never shakes hands with the demand because we don't address the needs of the market. They are boardroom decisions. So to cut the story is short because it's a long story and I'm between you and lunch. We asked ourselves, where was the system broken? And the first thing was access to a bank account. The rules then on law, not on bank policy, was that you could only open a bank account if you had a utility bill to give and an address to give to the bank. My mother used the primary school address. She had no address. She was not, her connectivity was the River Gordo. That's where she drew water. So she was not eligible. The second rule was that if you were to open a bank account, you had to be introduced by somebody with a bank account, with a current account. There was nobody in Nyagatogo village who had a bank account, a current account. So my mother had no eligible introducer. Those are the barriers of a broken system. And then there was this issue of closing at noon without consideration of where they lived and the distances they had to cover and the cost of that distance. The last one was more painful. 300 shillings ledger fee monthly, irrespective of whether the bank gives service or not. And that was a huge proportion, not to speak about my minimum balance. Those who knew, when I got a job, my salary was 4,500 Kenya shillings. But the minimum balance in Kenyan banks was 10,000 shillings. A university graduate had to work for 2.5 months to keep minimum balance. Tell me, how many months did my mother need to practice to maintain minimum balance? Her minimum balance would have been worth 3 or 4 cows, which she could have bought and be milking and increase her productivity. That is thinking in out. So what did we do? We simply said, no minimum balance. Bank will open in the morning and close at 5. There is no ledger fee. There is no introduction. If you have an ID, the government knows who you are. Of course, we defied all laws. We were about to be closed. But we spoke the language of the market. From the license of technically insolvent building society, number 66 out of 66. Today, we are home to 23 million customers who are like my mother. And from the balance sheet of $300,000, we now have a balance sheet of 16.5 billion US dollars. What are we saying? The people of Africa desire to be served, but we don't serve them the way. They can raise capital. Now, with the $16.5 billion, we have a capital of $3 billion. Those who understand, the single obligor is 25% of our capital. We can give a single borrower, like my mother, $750 million loan. I want to repeat, 750 million. Capital is not a problem. Capital formation is not a problem in Africa, but we don't have systems that can form capital on the continent. We need to correct the broken systems. Now, $750 million is above the limit of an ordinary entrepreneur. That is money for infrastructure. The biggest gap in Africa is infrastructure financing. But look at it. Bottom of the pyramid population can fund our infrastructure. But can you imagine all that money? I'm told you have to keep it in a correspondent bank. My correspondent bank is not Africa. Is not in Africa. The reserve of the central bank of my country is not in Africa. Can you imagine when I aggregated that amount? It comes to $4 trillion. National reserves, central bank reserves, and correspondent bank balances of African banks. What is the financing gap of African infrastructure? $4 trillion. but our money is not working for us. Our money is financing infrastructure in the countries we deposit it. The system is broken. So we made an attempt to make that book, tested, could this work anywhere else? By the way, we became home to 60% of all bank accounts in Kenya, meaning we were addressing the real need of the population. And it went on to become number 1 or number 2 largest bank in Kenya from number 66. When systems work, they will serve us. So I said, can this work anywhere else? We went to Rwanda. We are number 2 largest bank in Rwanda, simply because we are speaking the language of the market. We said the most difficult market might be DRC. And those who know, we went to DRC and bought DRC's oldest bank called BCDC. When we bought it, it was 116 years old. But in 116 years old, on its register of customers, it had only 86,000 customers in a country of 100+ million people. 5 years later, Equity BCDC, because we renamed it, has 3.7 million customers. We have started speaking the language. Equity alone will not solve the problem of the African continent. We all need to ensure all our systems speak to our needs, are aligned to our needs, and are disconnected from systems that were not designed to serve the continent. I liked the subject matter because you have been pointed. The issue is how. It's not what. You know what, but how. We have to confront this challenge and create African financial systems that address the core issues of the African financial needs. The financial architecture of Africa must be designed to solve the African situation and African circumstances and African environment. I've given you food for thought. Mark, when we come back in 2030, I will ask you, how much have we changed our systems to address our needs? Otherwise, it will be conference after conference, conference after conference. And eventually, we shall lose hope, like our children have lost hope. They told us they can't see a way out. We gave them education and denied them an opportunity because the systems don't speak to them. Thank you very much.
The people of Africa desire to be served, but we need to serve them in the right way. Does Dr. James Wangi of Equity Group have some prescriptions or not? Give him a round of applause once more. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. The barrier is very, very high on this agenda in terms of the quality of thought and speakers, and we're going to keep it high because we have a high-level dialogue, the second one of the day, on development finances, institutions and private sector entities, mobilizing capital for jobs at scale, leadership of corridors, value chains and industrial platforms. However, before we do that, let's take a short break, please, very short, no more than 20 minutes. If you go downstairs, I encourage you to go to the Knowledge Fair and the exhibition downstairs and come back here in 20 minutes or so. If you need any guidance, my colleagues will direct you downstairs. Take some pictures. We also have the ABF logo outside, and of course, this is the Africa Hall. You've seen the stained glass. You take your photos and be back here in 20 minutes for what's going to be a culmination of a great program. Thank you. See you in 20 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the second and final last mile of the first day. By the way, if anybody picked up a notebook that says AMFI, that stands for the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, a blue notebook over there. Please, my colleague really needs it. It's his notebook. It says AMFI on the front, so please return it if you have it. You might have picked it up in error or moved it. So please, my colleagues want it back. Okay. Just a notebook. Don't worry about it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from your tea break. I hope you got an opportunity to see the knowledge fair and the exhibition downstairs. Now we go to just a couple of items before we end the first day and go to lunch. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. Welcome to our final high-level dialogue and leaders. It's called the High-Level Dialogue and Leaders of Development Finance Institutions and Private Sector Entities, and it's entitled Mobilizing Capital for Jobs at Scale, Leadership on Corridors, Value Chains, and Industrial Platforms. But first, we're going to start with a short spotlight on the Africa Finance Corporation and its partnerships with governments on transformative projects like the Lobito Corridor, and they're turning strategic routes into engines of jobs and value addition. Please roll that video.
A turning point. It doesn't always make headlines. A turbine in the desert, a grid stabilizing, a deal negotiated with purpose. It starts small. From clean energy to digital access, AFC's portfolio is reshaping Africa's business landscape. 166 projects across 36 countries, over 7 million jobs supported. See how capital becomes impact. Visit africafc.org.
For the past 4 decades, the story of TDB Group has been intertwined with the story.
Yes, thank you. Give me a moment to pause there. As I said, I want to speak between these two great organizations because this is a spotlight on the Trade and Development Bank, TDB. What TDB is showing how long-term regional capital can power cross-border trade, industrialization, and enterprise growth across Eastern and Southern Africa. Now play the video.
For the past 4 decades, the story of TDB Group has been intertwined with the story of Africa's transformation. It began as a bold idea to create a specialized African financial institution that's capable of supporting trade, development, and economic integration in the continent. It has grown into a trusted partner over the years with a presence in all African sub-regions, advancing progress and development. Steelworkers today support their families through stable, dignified employment. Women head teachers and hydro engineers in rural areas are helping communities rise through education and clean energy. From innovations in pharmaceuticals to aviation expansion, increasing pathways for trade, tourism, and employment. With our projects, we see a similar reality unfold. When capital meets opportunity, lives can indeed change. TDB Group is proud to serve as a bridge between vision and reality, between regional and global capital and local impact. We mobilize resources not just to finance transactions, but to invest in people and unlock their potential. Behind every number is a name, a community, a family, and a future. In a world still marked by inequality and uncertainty, we continue to challenge the narrative that Africa is perhaps too risky to invest in. We know this because we live the reality. We see the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the students, and the innovators building the future with resolve, purpose, and pride. As we mark our 40th anniversary, our Ruby anniversary, we honor the people and partnerships that have made this journey possible. To our shareholders, boards, clients, development partners, executives, and staff, a wholehearted thank you for upholding this bold vision and for being active in this collective journey of our transformation. Together, we have shown what is possible when intention meets execution and when commitment is serious. Together, we will continue to build a stronger Africa, a more integrated and resilient Africa. This is our story, this is our legacy, and the best is still yet to come.
There you have it, two champions of investment in Africa, AFC and TDB. Now, This high-level dialogue brings together top political leaders, development finance heads, and major private investors to talk about one thing: how to move real money into real jobs. The focus is on making Africa's corridors, its value chains, its industrial zones truly investable, not just aspirational. The goal is to walk out with specific ways to de-risk deals, to crowd in private capital, and open up decent work at scale for our young people here in this continent that we love so much, Africa. Now, it's my pleasure to invite your moderator to the stage. He is the Chief of Staff, Office of the Executive Secretary of ECA, and he's going to lead the conversation. Please welcome Mr. Aboubakry Diaw.
Thank you, Mark, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. So we have seen two videos, one from TDB, one from AFC. I think what we have seen is not just simply infrastructure, looking at the first video. It is really the transformation of geography into economic architecture. Corridors do not become engines of growth because of their location. They become engines when political alignment, disciplined project preparation, and fit-for-purpose capital converge. The lesson here is clear. Without governance, without coherence, corridors will remain transport lines. With it, they become employment ecosystems. So we'll have the opportunity to look in this panel how regional capital architecture complements this model. We also have seen in the TDB presentation that regional value chains cannot scale if financing remains fragmented. Cross-border markets require cross-border capital structures. And long-term industrial transformation requires long-term capital discipline. So the question before us is not whether models exist, because we have seen them. The question is whether we can align institutions, markets, and enterprise to systematize them. Let us now invite the leaders who will help us unpack that alignment. We will now move from evidence to alignment. I will invite our panelists to join, leaders operating across global positioning, capital structuring, and enterprise execution. Let me start by one woman. Her leadership on global trade, investment flows, and value chain transformation will help us situate Africa within a rapidly structural global economy changing. I invite Her Excellency Mrs. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of UNCTAD. My second panelist is leading efforts to scale African trade finance and structural capital for industrial value chains across the continent. Mrs. Kanayo Awani, Executive Vice President for Intra-African Trade of Exim Bank. We cannot talk about structuring regional cross-border without them. Capital, financing, infrastructure, and industrial platforms. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Admasu Tedese, Group President and Managing Director of the Trade and Development Bank. Representing one of the most organized voices of African enterprise and advocating for deeper market integration and private sector scaling across the continent, I welcome Dr. Amani Asfour, President of the Africa Business Council. They are building agro-industrial platforms that converts investment to production capacity and employment. Founder and Chief Executive Officer of YYTZ Agro-Processing, Mr. Farhad Awad. And lastly, I'm calling those who are advancing patient capital and health infrastructure platforms that combine financial returns with domestic capability building. Dr. Ola Brown, founder and general partner of HealthCap Africa. Thank you all for joining us. So together this panel will reflect the full architecture required for scale. We have a global positioning, we have the capital structuring, and we have the enterprises execution. So let us begin. Let me start by Secretary General Greenspan. We are witnessing capital become more selective and supply chains more strategic. In that context, what do you think determines whether Africa is perceived as a competitive production platform rather than merely a supplier of raw materials?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here, and thank you for ECA for inviting me to this very wonderful panel. I love the gender balance of this panel. So let me start by saying two things. First, today we heard something that is very important for Africa, and is the cost of capital itself. Yes? And that is a problem that we need to face from the beginning, because there is no doubt that there is a penalty on Africa because of the capital cost. And if we don't tackle that problem, we won't be able at the same time to tackle the debt problem of Africa. And we have a problem of debt. The problem is that the markets are not feeling it, but the people are feeling it. You know, I say the markets are not in crisis, but people are, because the countries are paying so high interest rate for the debt that, as we have said, they are paying more for servicing the debt than what they destine to education or health. And that's a problem, that's a development problem that we have to face. So the first thing is capital cost. My second point is that risk is not only about macro indicators, it's operational. So it's shipping disruptions, port congestions, border delays, power interruptions, energy. And we heard about that from the entrepreneurs that were here with us before. So the issue of efficiency and infrastructure is an element that is key. And my third point with respect to raw materials and commodity dependence is that we have to fight two things. First, policies. And I am very glad to hear more and more the president and ministers in this summit saying, we are not going to export raw materials. We will ask for value added to export anything that is needed in the global, in the global value chain. So that is obviously very important. But the other problem you have is what we call tariff escalation. What you can see is that you are penalized for the value added you add. So commodities don't have tariffs, but manufacturing and value adding have more tariffs. And so there is more of that in the new tariff environment that we are seeing. So the issue of tariff escalation, that is an issue that we have to tackle in WTO is a very important part of you becoming, much more with much more value addition. And my last point is regional integration. Regional integration is the new name of the game. Regionalism is back because the only predictability in trade today is being given by trade agreements, not by the WTO rules, because those rules are in a question mark. So the reason why 72% of trade today is still within WTO rules is because of the regional agreements or the group agreements that we have. So the African Continental Free Trade Area is essential for the value chains, for value addition, for diversification, and for a growth path away from commodity dependence.
Thank you, Secretary General. We know capital cost is important, risk is operational, tariff escalation is a bottleneck, and regional integration is key. So if perception drives risk pricing and risk pricing drives capital allocation, then positioning becomes an important variable, not just a narrative one. So maybe I will just ask Afreximbank to react to this. From a capital perspective, does that perception gap materially affect cost of capital?
Most certainly, the perception affects the cost of capital. And that's the bane of our businesses in Africa, that problem of perception of cost of capital. If you think about the fact that you're not going to attract the investments you want, you're not going to be able to try to attract price at the price at which you need it, and all this affects the competitiveness of the African businesses. Once you cannot do that, it does. It does affect the perception, it affects the cost of capital, it affects the amount, the rates at which you lend to your businesses. It's also the problem of the African countries. That also affects them, not just institutions like Afreximbank who go out there in the market to go and borrow, but also countries that are, countries that are also in the markets themselves looking to borrow. And so you will have seen it ourselves in, that many times we faced it very recently in rating discussions, right? Almas is smiling, in the sense that perception of risk of doing business in Africa, perception of risk of doing business and I think it was my president who said it at the Amphi meeting yesterday or 2 days ago, that the intrinsic fundamentals of your business might be good, liquidity is good, your capital adequacy ratio is good, all the ratios are fundamentally strong, you're going strong and you're doing business, but the fact that you're doing business in Africa drags you 3 notches down. The fact that you're lending to countries that are viewed as, patchy, I don't want to use the word junky, drags you, and that affects when you go to borrow, because we have to go into the market to also borrow. Yeah. And actually, you'll find that and it's the same thing with the African continent, you see countries outside of this continent that have that have seemingly worse ratings, but they issue bonds in the market, and they do it at relatively more affordable prices. So for sure it does.
Thank you. Let me ask one question to Afreximbank to be more practical in the way you are addressing it. So in corridor and platform-based industrial development, what is the single biggest bankability bottleneck you see most often? Is it the project preparation? Is it sovereign or political signal? Is it foreign exchange currency risk? Or cross-border coordination? So, and what one concrete commitment should you think policymakers, head of state, should make in the next 12 months to unlock a pipeline of investable deals?
Let me first start by saying there has been a fundamental...
The microphone.
Let me first say that there's been a fundamental shift, and that fundamental shift, and I'm glad that the SG of UNCTAD said so, is the African Continental Free Trade Area. So no longer are countries developing, and they're not supposed to develop industrial plants around national markets. Right now, the industrial plants are being designed around continental market, the continental market of 1.3, 1.4 billion people. That's one. But that in itself has created also some sort of tension, because you have the market is continental, but the risk frameworks are national. So what that then tells me is that there is fragmentation. And that fragmentation, maybe that's what Dr. Mwangi talked about, being a broken system. That fragmentation is on two levels, all right? One is project preparation, the fact that we have weak project preparation structures, the fact that we have incomplete documentations, the fact that sponsors are unable to, or have weak structuring capacity, so you need to prepare your projects, right? That's on one level. The other one is also a cross-border misalignment. And that cross-border misalignment, again, talks about a broken system, is in the fact that you're dealing in different countries as you should under the Continental Free Trade, Africa Continental Free Trade Area. You should be doing industrial parks, for instance, as we are doing in DRC and Zambia. One industrial park, to support a battery precursor park, But in doing that, in crossing, there are different regimes, there are different fiscal regimes, there are different price tariffs, there are different mechanisms. Those things also, there are different standards, right? Those are the fragmentation that you have to deal with. So if you asked, I think that's the biggest bottleneck in our own view, is the fragmentation, is those broken systems which need to be harmonized. And if you want to ask us what we're doing about it in Afrexim Bank, in certain areas where we are bringing about supporting the AFCFTA and to harmonize standards and to ensure that you have policy frameworks that are continental. We are doing that in the auto sector, where we supported the Africa Quality Policy, actually, the African Automotive Policy. And I was going to say we're also doing it in the standards, where we supported the Africa Quality. But the problem is in the domestication. Countries now have to domesticate those policies, and so that it becomes continental. We're also doing it in what we're doing in, for instance, in supporting cross-border, what we call the Transit Guarantee Scheme, to ensure that goods are shipped across the continent under one technology-enabled scheme across multiple countries, so that shipments are not going across our borders. We have 16 of the 32 landlocked countries in the world. Goods have to go there seamlessly. So goods are traveling from Dakar to, let's say, Cameroon, right? At the destination, you don't expect goods to stop or to be disrupted because they are guarantees. I think that's, if you ask me about what the government should do over the next 12 months, we have to have a harmonization between government policies, regulatory policies, because government approvals do not lead to financial close. You have to prepare. We have to ensure that we have the discipline of working with the structures that work to ensure that projects, that come to the banks, that come to DFIs like ourselves, are bankable. And I think that I'll leave it there for now. But I think we should, perhaps later I'll talk more about some of the things that we have done to support that harmony between governments, DFIs, and to ensure that the policy framework is certain, is stable, to attract investments that banks have financed.
Thank you. Thank you. AFCFTA is a game changer. Regional industrial platforms are mandatory. Cross-border misalignment is a challenge. Speaking of cross-border misalignment, let me turn to TDB. From your experience in financing cross-border industrial platforms, what political, regulatory inconsistency most frequently delays execution?
Thank you for the question. Very happy to be on the panel with these very fine ladies and gentlemen. Just to quickly say, some of this has already been referred to by my colleagues. Clearly, we know in the area of industrialization and trade, there's always a very strong reference to non-tariff barriers. And we've heard from the good Secretary General of UNCTAD how the whole tariff agenda is changing. And I think there's been a lot of focus on that. Even within the African continent, AFCFTA is all about removing those tariffs. But we know that the devil tends to lie on the NTB side, non-tariff barriers. The non-tariff barriers are both hard and soft. The hard is the infrastructure side, not just the roads, but also the border stops and the institutional arrangements within those cross-border stops. But you also have the soft institutional factors. Over and above the tariffs, you have all sorts of regulations that Kanayo referred to. You have certifications, you have complexities in rules of origin. There's so many things that come packed on the soft institutional side, which is not tariffs. So a financing institution like TDB can come in and say, we'll be very happy to finance a transmission line between Kenya and Uganda. Or we might be able to do a manufacturing hub between Tanzania and Kenya. But if all these institutional factors are not resolved, there will be rigidities, there will be inefficiencies, and there will be endless delays. So, and I think that this is where one has to be honest. Banks have big balance sheets. We can throw money behind what we think is right. But really, this is where the AU and the UNECAs of this world and the UNCTADs really have to come in and do their specialist work on getting this harmonization that we speak about. Because this is not the work of banks, let's be frank about it. Banks can move the money, but I think if these institutions are not able to get the countries to move away from their treasured sovereign positions, where they insist on policy autonomy, and all of that comes with policy, which is the issues around phytosanitary conditions, certifications. If you have a common manufacturing hub across two countries, if you have to get two certifications on both sides of the border, it just adds a lot of inefficiencies. So really, it boils down to getting this Africa we want story to get to the detail level where we actually remove all of these constraints. And honestly speaking, investors and financiers can only come in effectively after that when you have markets that are big enough, seamless enough, unified enough to be able to create the incentives for scale. Because we know that we live in a world where there's a very high cost to small investments. Everybody likes to be able to do larger size ticket sizes. And to be able to do that, most African countries are small. Only a handful are large enough to be able to attract large investments. So this is why the NTB story is really, really very important. But just maybe to highlight, I think there are success stories we've seen in some regions where they've come up with unified industrial policies that apply to a whole region. And this is what we hear coming from the AU all the time, right? Unification of these soft institutional factors. And if they can actually really set the stage for confidence to come through, I think a lot of big investors will come. I'll just give you one example. We've had a case where we financed a cement producer in 5 different countries. And each country had such different policies. And in some of the countries, the investments were large. And the project would only be feasible if there was a regional market that could be served. But the headaches that this investor went through in the smaller country was crazy. But the big ones, the ones we did in the DRC, the ones we did in Ethiopia were easy to do because the market is large enough. But for the small countries, they're the ones who pay the price of lack of scale. And so the investor was very frustrated in the end and said, you know what, I'm just going to stick to the big ones in Africa. I don't want to deal with the small ones because we won't be able to harness the regional markets.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will come back to the regulatory fragmentation with the SG UNCTAD later, but in the meantime, let me talk to the beneficiaries of this financing, the Africa Business Council, for instance. From the perspective of organized African businesses, what single reform would most accelerate large-scale private investment into corridors and value chains they have mentioned?
So thank you very much. So as I am the voice of the African private sector, including SMEs, women and youth, I will say that we are the beneficiary of all those policies. But unfortunately, still we have a lot of obstacles. And the single thing which my brother talked about it, which is the implementation of the ACFTA protocol of trade, it really has to be implemented. Non-tariff barriers should really be removed and in order to realize and implement the ACFTA. But let me also say something, because it's not only about the implementation of ACFTA trade protocol, it's about the whole ecosystem with reference to the enabling environment for the government, the strengthening of the African private sector itself, including SMEs, women and youth. Because if we don't strengthen our own African private sector, then who will implement all this? Again, we need to stress for job creation for certain sectors that is very untapped. You know, for instance, the mineral sector. If we come to the mineral sector, it's a huge, we own 30% of the minerals resource of the whole world. Yet, till now, the women are getting manually making the mining, and they are not even aware of what they are mining, and other nationalities come and get these very, very, very cheap prices and selling it without value addition. So the whole issue, I think, is the main issue is value addition and industrialization. We all heard that we are exporting cocoa beans by $5.7 billion, while the chocolate industry in the world exceeds $217 billion. The shea butter, which our women are doing very nicely, we are exporting $90 million shea butters, while the cosmetic industry that has shea butter is exceeding $500 billion. The cattle, we have 400 million cattle on the continent, while still we are importing dairy products and exporting leather raw, and it goes to Italy and Spain for the leather industry. Again, it's very important. The gemstones industry by itself, we are exporting $12 billion gemstones that goes to Jaipur, India, to Thailand, to Sri Lanka, and now the industry itself is $400 billion. We are losing a lot. So how can we really strengthen our African private sector to harness the potentials of our raw materials? How can we have, I call it the thread of empowerment, 3 pillars: strengthening private sector, strengthening, including SMEs, women and youth, and this would be really by knowledge, by information, by financing, by training, and skilled labor. Second pillar is about policy advocacy. We need to have incentives for our African private sector from the governments. We find incentives for the multinational companies, but we need for our own private sector. That would include a recommendation that we always table on the table of the leaders, that at least 40% of all government procurement goes to African private sector, including SMEs, women and youth, so that we don't compete with multinational companies. There has to be some incentive. And whatever present on the African soil should not be brought from outside the African soil. Our third pillar is about product development and the linking with science and technology, because again, without scientific research and technology, without industrial designs, we will go nowhere. We will still import all our devices. If we take the health sector only, we are losing 70% of our health patients in cancer compared to 24% only in Europe. Why? Because we are lacking of radiotherapy, radiodiagnosis, cardiac catheters. So again, we don't manufacture devices, medical equipment on the continent. We need to have a huge shift, change the narrative. So what we need is build the capacity of our productive industry, our industrialization, and any financial package should be geared towards industrialization, value addition, and job creation. And any corridors that is done, it has to have an industrial design behind it. Any value chain should have local content targets. That is actually what we really need to reform the whole structure of our value chains and to target value chains which are untapped. The creation of jobs. In Bangladesh only with the garment and textile, there is 5 million jobs for the garment and textile. And here we are exporting our cotton just raw material. We are not again harnessing this potential, the digitalization. According to African Development Bank, they said digitalization will create 10 million jobs. So How are we going to do that? It's the whole thing. We need to collaboration between the government, the private sector, the financial institutions, and any investment coming from outside the country should be geared towards transfer of technology, towards creation of jobs, towards value addition and industrialization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Untyped sector, like the minerals, value addition, industrial. I will ask our colleagues from the bank to react to that later. But let me go now to Fahad. As an operator, what are for you the two most decisive investability signals from the government that really determine whether you scale production or increase employment?
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon. So my name is Fahad, and our business is called YYTZ Agro Processing. We are building an inclusive cashew nut value chain in Tanzania. So I would say the most decisive factor for us was, when setting up this business, was that Tanzania is the 4th largest producer of cashews globally, produce about 500,000 tons. 10% of that, only 10% is processed in country. So we're exporting around 500,000 jobs. And for me, I thought it was insane that cashews are going halfway around the world to be deshelled. I think the most decisive factor in investing in this space was, one, that it needed to be done. I think the second was the government creating a conducive business environment. I think at a high level, they've created a lot of incentives around export-oriented industries. I think the challenge comes in access to the right type of capital at the right time. I think Dr. James Mwangi really touched it on the head when he said, a lot of the time we think out in and not in out. So we don't necessarily fit into the box of what our local commercial banks look at in terms of trying to drive industrialization and maybe their risk appetite. I think that they are traditional and very used to conservative lending towards the trading sector. So when it comes to value addition, there's really a mismatch in terms of understanding and not really wanting to think outside of the box. And I'll just share my experience. When I was starting the business, we set up the factory, and now we had export contracts for processed cashews. We were looking for finance locally. We weren't able to get any finance locally. We ended up getting finance from outside of Africa, so we were supported by Rabobank in the Netherlands. And I think that the key takeaway for me through that experience was just that they really listened to what our needs were, where we were, and were willing to think through a model that would work for us. I think contrary to our experience locally, where they wanted us to fit into a box that we were never going to fit into. We were a new business, and so it became very challenging. I started this business 10 years ago, and I am just starting to access capital locally. And so I think that in terms of driving industrialization and building value chains and creating value, I think it has to start with supporting our entrepreneurs earlier on in the journey. And I think that some of my colleagues here have touched on really looking at how do we de-risk that investment. And I think it comes down to intentionality. If we really want to drive change, we have to start at home. So thank you.
Thank you. No, I think the point is clear. It's easier to access capital from outside than accessing capital from inside. And we will also ask our colleagues from the capital side to react to that. Let me go now to Dr. Walla Brown. In sectors requiring patient capital, like health, like where you are, what policy clarity most increases long-term investment while ensuring domestic capability building?
So I'd like to sort of
start by talking about what HealthCap Africa does, because it's quite different from the rest of the panel in that we invest in equity. So I think the rest of the conversation has really been about debt financing and Africa being, or African countries and African companies not being able to access debt. The way that we finance companies is we actually buy shares in their companies. So we're not asking them to pay us a fixed amount every year. It's not a loan. We actually invest in their shares and help them grow their companies. And we invest in healthcare and fintech. So we invest in early stage tech businesses, usually the first ever capital externally that they raise outside, their mom and dad. And we then co-build their companies alongside the entrepreneurs. So I've been on both sides of the table. I graduated from medical school some time ago now, and immediately after I graduated, I started a business in Nigeria, where I grew it from a tiny business in Nigeria to one of the largest sorts of emergency healthcare platforms in West Africa. When I was able to get some liquidity from that business, the first thing I thought about was how difficult it was for me to scale that business. A different experience though, I had a great relationship with my Nigerian banks, and I never raised capital till the end outside Nigerian banks, so I had a fantastic relationship with local capital, but I felt like the equity piece was missing. And that's what I've started building now as an investor. So that's sort of the background. Some of my reflections on the other panels, or the other panelists' comments, because the great thing about going last, right, is that you have a lot of thoughts about what other people have said. And I thought that particularly what Madame Kanayo said was very, very, very powerful in that this perception of political risk in Africa affects the cost of capital. And it affects the cost of capital not just on the debt side, but also the equity side. Because even if we're investing in equity in the companies, we still need to raise money from the people that are willing to invest in equity, right? So I raise external capital to buy shares in companies. And the perception of risk in Africa is very different to what it is on the ground. And I think that it's partly because of the narrative that we sort of tell the world about political risk. And I'll give some hopefully not too controversial examples. I tweeted something, and I was speaking about expropriation. And it was a company from the Netherlands. The government had taken over their chip-making factory. It was a Chinese factory, and the government took it over because of security reasons. And I said, that every single pitch deck I see about Africa talks about this political risk and expropriation risk. But it is a risk anywhere in the world. It's a risk in Europe. It's a risk in America. I mean, the American government have taken over TikTok, an American company. So it's not only an African thing, but you only see it when you're raising money for Africa. And somebody said that that's because the risk is worse in Africa. And I said, okay, name one company that the Nigerian government has ever taken over in the past 10 years. Our sector leader in Nigeria in telecommunications is South African. The government has never moved to take over that company. The sector leader in petrochemicals, competing against our very own Dangote, is not Nigerian. The government has never moved to take over that company. But our narrative out there kind of like almost supports it, that this is such a big risk in Africa, where really, I can't really think of major expropriations that have hit the news headlines, that the governments have actually physically taken over the company in a very long time. So I think that perception needs to change, and we need to start talking about it actually, because these are perceptions maybe from 20, 30 years ago that are actually no longer happening that frequently. But we don't really tell that story. We still keep these things on our pitch decks and say, oh, we ourselves as investors say, oh, it's very dangerous, the government can't do anything at any time. But have they actually, in actual fact? I'd love to hear if there are any concrete examples, but I don't really think that they are. So it's something around political risk that we, even as storytellers, as people that go to raise capital, need to challenge at every point in time and say, okay, if you think that there's this risk, please give us concrete examples of times that it has happened so that we know that, okay, you have examples. But if there are no real concrete examples, then perhaps we should stop putting it there or stop making it solely African and start pointing out that these things are happening in the rest of the world too. The second point that you asked me about is patient capital. And the first thing I'd say about patient capital is, unfortunately, it's not in the nature of capital to be patient. Everybody here, that whether you earn a salary or whether you have a business, if you have an investment opportunity usually that gives you 10x, and you have an investment opportunity and you can get that money in 1 year, or you have an investment opportunity that maybe they'll give you back your money in 30 years, you're probably going to take the faster one. So there's a limit to the amount of patient capital that can be raised for African businesses, and we need to use that patient capital very, very carefully, because it's usually philanthropic capital, and as you know, a lot of countries have been pulling back that capital. When you speak to international investors now, they're pulling back a lot of the aid that they used to give Africa. So the little pool of capital that is available, that is patient, I think needs to be used very, very carefully to support our essential businesses, where we know that this will provide the infrastructure for everything else. And the last point that I will make around this access to capital and business is the most important thing for every country in Africa to do. Every country that has ever succeeded in the world has done something very specific. This is all they've done. They've found a way of making their small companies into large companies. And those large companies pay tax, they employ a lot of people, they list on the local stock exchange, so they democratize wealth. Think of America, the biggest wealth generator has not been people's jobs, it's been that stock exchange. So we need to find a way of making the millions of small companies across Africa into big companies, so they can do the same thing that they've done in Europe and America, which is make the country rich and make other people rich. Part of this equation is access to debt capital, but a big part of this equation is access to equity capital as well. And like my colleague said, access to that equity capital early to be able to support these companies as they grow. And it's not just access to equity and the equity that kind of leaves the companies alone to figure things out for themselves, but access to the kind of equity capital that stays with them for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, to be able to make those introductions, to be able to make those catalytic business decisions alongside the companies, to sit on their boards, to provide governance, so that when they're ready to expand, they have a few institutional investors behind them. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have heard issues of capital, of risk perception, and regulatory fragmentation. Let me go back to Rebecca Greenspan. You have a global view on all these issues. So from where you sit in UNCTAD, how do you see, compared to what is happening in the other part of the world, what Africa should do to address the issues mentioned by the entrepreneurs, but also by the DFIs?
Yes, thank you. I think that many very important things have been said. First, with respect to the perception of risk, we have been working a lot in the credit rating agencies and what is happening there. Africa is paying for its debt between 4 and 8 times the interest rate of Germany or the US. So, as one leader told me once, how is it that we don't default more with those kinds of premium that we are paying on our debt? And the question here is what to do. You know, there are ideas of creating another credit rating agency, but the problem with that is that you need a credit rating agency that the private sector and the markets refer to. If they don't refer to it, so we can create a credit rating agency, but it won't solve the problem, yes? So that is one avenue that some are thinking about. A second avenue that we have also been discussing is to manage better your information so you can inform better the markets. And that is capacity building. We have, for example, made an exchange between Brazil and Ethiopia, because Brazil manages the risk in the markets very well. So maybe we can learn from other countries how they are managing the perception of risk in the markets with the credit rating agencies themselves. Third, only 22 countries in Africa have a credit rating. So the others not even have a credit rating. So they can really provide more information for a credit rating to be formed for them to be able to access the markets. And fourth, when you bring different actors into a project, you can really de-risk the country, not only the project. Let me just give 2 examples. In the energy sector, we proved in part of our research that if you have a private partner, a government partner, and an international institutional partner, you can lower your cost of capital more than 25%. Because at the end, the risk can be spread. And so this is also something that we need to think about. When you are alone in the risk, your perception of risk goes up, automatically. And the last point is to develop your own capital markets, yes, where you know your reality and you know what is about. And so, for example, what was being said by the TDB is very important, yes? You know your reality, you know what is worth, you know the ground, and so the important thing are the policies inside. So if you have the capital, the policies, you talk about the NTBs that are so, NTMs that are so important for us, the non-tariff barriers. UNCTAD has a whole, research and cooperation on lowering non-tariff barriers. We have been working with the African Continental Free Trade Area on that, and I completely agree that for the local capital, the policies and the barriers are the most important part to lower the cost of capital.
Thank you, SG. Let me now go back to TDB and Afrexim Bank on the questions raised and the issues raised by the private sector. So what is your say on that? Access to capital is easier if you look at the external markets than in the internal markets? Or what is your analysis of the risk perception raised by the colleagues from the private sector? TDB first and then Afrexim Bank.
Yeah, I think this risk perception issue has been debated for long. I think we talk amongst ourselves, and I think there's a hard truth in this. I think Rebecca said in the end, if the rating agencies refer to the judgments that will always be against you, you can do whatever you want at home, but you want money from outside of home, so the money outside of home will always look at the judgments coming from outside. So I'm a big believer in local capital markets. We've been investing in exchanges in a number of countries. We own capital markets, shares like Madame Brown said. We also issue on local capital markets, but the truth is the gaps in financing are not always local currency. So if you're doing an industrialization project, the equipment, the contractors come outside. They will not agree to be paid with local currency. You have to pay them in hard currency. Now you have to access money overseas. So if you have an African rating agency, they will not be the benchmark that a lender in London will look to, right? So the ratings agencies speak to their own. So I think it just really raises the premium on us in Africa to build our own capital so that we can, speak to our own truth, and we can then shape the risk perception on our own reality. But that's a long-term journey. What we have done in TDB, alongside some of our peers, is we've gone to other money centers around the world, because there's not just one money center that's in one part of the world. There's a lot of money in Japan, there's a lot of money in China, there's a lot of money in the Gulf region. Some of these countries actually have their own ratings agencies. So Afrexim and TDB, we went to Japan together. We went to China. And for me, I'm headquartered in Mauritius. I even got a Mauritian rating agency to do a rating on TDB. And so we use multiple ratings. There's a lot of capital in Mauritius. There's a lot of capital in Japan, a lot of capital in China. And guess what? Those ratings are so far better than the global mainstream ratings that we get. So you can imagine what that means. We would much prefer to raise a samurai bond in Tokyo or a renminbi bond, in Shanghai, or for me to raise money in the capital markets of Mauritius because they're not so punitive. And I mean, even if you just take two countries with the same ratings, I know the case of Morocco and another country, I will not name it, in the Mediterranean, an EU country, they have the same rating. Morocco pays a significant premium on top of the rating that the other country has. The same rating, right? So that confirms that, there are issues, right? There are very unfair issues where even some of the best economies that have the best ratings, like Morocco in Africa, we think Morocco has no issues. Vis-a-vis some sub-Saharan African countries, maybe they don't have issues. But if you go and you compare them to their counterparts in the Mediterranean across the sea, they now start to cry and complain that they're being treated badly. So, I mean, there is a lot of stuff packed on ratings, and this is why the political leadership of Africa is making noise on it. And it's not just ratings, there's other issues too. The global financial architecture issues. There's other institutional issues that really create a lot of turbulence and create unnecessary obstacles to us, just raising the cost of capital. And it's an ongoing process. And I think that's why these days we're saying we need to at least make sure the African side of the equation is looked after, because at least we have more control on the African side. So when James Mwangi talks about the wonderful things he's done in Kenya to make sure that he removes all of these things under his control, that's the way to go. And that's why at TDB we've gone so far to embrace African institutional investors. 5 years ago, we started with a fund, and we thought we were going to go globally to raise money. And we were shocked that there was so much African capital willing to come in. So we have a fund that has 80 different shareholders. It's 6 years old. It's hit $500 million. And almost every single shareholder is African. And not governments. These are pension funds, insurance companies, even private high net worth individuals. And so there is capital in Africa. We just have to make sure we're smart and we exhaust that side of the tracks, because at least we have more control there. But there's still a lot that needs to be done on the de-risking. I think Madame Brown talked about private equity. I mean, when James Mwangi talked about the missing middle, he was just talking about bank finance. Madame there's talking about venture capital, early stage money, and equity in general, risk capital. And we as banks are not specialized in that. So that's a very big problem in Africa. We've not even gone to that conversation at length. Private equity worldwide, venture capital worldwide will not easily come into Africa. It's very, very underserved. And so there's a lot of issues with risk capital. And just to give you an example, I think in one of your briefing points prior to this panel, you said, what are you guys as multilaterals doing to help crowd in others? Don't try to substitute them, because you don't have enough to substitute. How can you pave the way for others to come in with much bigger money? So just as a response to Madame Brown there, what we did recently is we invested junior equity, not normal equity. So what we did is we said, we'll go into a fund, we will buy shares, but we will buy it on a junior basis, meaning if the trouble comes, she gets paid before we do. Right? And this is what we do to de-risk, right? You basically say you will shoulder a bigger part of the risk, and then that'll make her feel, and others like her, come into investments much more easily. This is brand new work that we've been doing. This is not conventional work. We've recently established a recent vehicle to deal with what Mr. Mwangi said. Stop doing business unusual. The system is broken. If the system is broken, you have to try a different approach. So what we've done is we've given birth to a new institution called the Trade and Development Fund. It's not a banking operation. We don't ask for collateral. We don't ask for the usual KYC and other. We do digital lending on a non-collateralized basis. You don't even have to have a lot of track record. You can actually be an African SME that's relatively small, and you can raise money on a digital platform. No headaches, not having to queue up at 4 a.m. in the morning, as Mr. Mwangi said. Young people don't even have to go and meet people. You can do everything digitally. And we're scaling that up in a very unique way with an untraditional partner. So the capital markets, the bonds, the private equity people, they're important. But they will never come into this segment where the young people really are black boxes. What black box means, nobody really knows what to expect. They have no track record, no experience. So you need to have algorithm-based AI that can help you do digital lending. And on a market basis, you can actually bank that segment. But it requires innovation, and that's the topic of today's session, innovation for job creation. Jobs are created mostly by SMEs, MSMEs as well. And so that requires you to do things that are business unusual. So I'm responding to what Mr. Mwangi said. He kept telling us the system's broken, broken, broken. And I'm saying, all right, we're listening. We're not doing business as usual. We're creating new vehicles. We're taking risk on different counterparts who are now doing different types of financing that makes it much easier to reach the young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Afrexim Bank.
No, thank you again. I totally agree with what has been said about creating our own capital markets. And I hate to say that, Ms. Greenspan, that I don't agree that even if we manage that information, it will get any better. Information through what channels? I think there's just some sort of unfairness when it comes to Africans. So I would rather think that it's African capital that will develop Africa. We understand ourselves, if we can, and a call has been made. There is an Alliance for African Multilateral Financial Institutions. A call has been made for capitalizing, for heads of state to capitalize one of those banks, so that African capital can work for us. In Afrexim Bank also, we try to talk to central banks to see how they can, bring in some of those their deposits and reserves abroad, to bring it to development banks like ours, so that we can use it to deploy development into their countries. And this is foreign exchange. I have to say that we've succeeded a lot. Initially, the issues where you're not a AAA rated. I cannot be AAA rated if I'm going to develop. If we're going to be a development bank in Africa, nobody will ever do that. And if your assets, 80% of your assets are in loans to African businesses and African sovereigns, right? So, but with advocacy, a lot of central banks are getting it, and then they're bringing back some of their reserves into our banks so that we can also use it as a core deposit. And it also brings down the cost of capital. I know also that there was talk about it's here to attract capital from outside and from within. I hate to be provocative on this panel. I don't think that is exactly true. Maybe short-term, low-risk transactions, because we're talking about risk perception. It's consistent. Foreign banks will not do the kind of transactions, or maybe we are not the people to answer that because we're not commercial banks, right? We did the Rufiji Dam hydroelectric project in Tanzania. It needed to give Tanzania, northern part of Tanzania, electricity, right? That project has been in the works since 1970s. And then we didn't have the kind of banks we have today. So you can imagine where the capital was going to come from. It didn't get done. That's the first transaction in history that was concluded door-to-door by Africans. The employer of the service was African, the government of Tanzania. The contractors, because no foreign contractor wanted to touch it, were Egyptian contractors, were Africans. The banks who handled it were African banks, of which Afrexim Bank was one, National Bank of Egypt, because the EPC contractors were Egypt, and the local banks led by CRDB in Tanzania. No foreign bank will do that. It's high risk. They wouldn't. And, so because some of the heavy lifting work we do, as the DFI is here, not being handled by foreign banks in the scale you want it to be done. And in many times when they come, they expect you. I know a lot of banks who want to take the risk of Afrexim Bank. and not directly to the businesses in Africa, right? So, if I may just talk on the things that we're also doing, I know there's been a lot of talk about value addition and industrialization. And that's also one of the pinnacles of our existence, is industrialization. We can't say the AFCFTA is about expanding value chains. It's about industrialization in any event. You know, we cannot sell raw commodities to ourselves, so we have to industrialize. And it's such a shame that the example you gave us, Mr. Tadisi, about businesses leaving small countries, you know, because the idea is to take advantage of a market, of the African market. And then you have to have those value chains expanded even to the small countries. Perhaps we'll get there someday. We're doing a lot of work in that space in industrial parks, where we're supporting industrial parks because we think that because of the deficiencies in infrastructure, you have to have a structured arrangement to attract investors, you know, especially where there is infrastructure deficiency, utilities, and all of that. And this is where we work closely with the governments and our partners. We're partnering with our RISE IIP, which is an industrial platform that we're using. And today, we have 5 industrial parks operating already, and 13 in the pipeline, right? And that's creating jobs. And it's interesting that we talk about job families here in Benin Republic, in Gabon, starting with Gabon. That industrial park in Gabon has changed the structure of trade in Gabon, because today, Gabon is processing the logs of wood that they used to export logs of wood and being processed. Today, Gabon is probably the second largest exporter of veneer wood in the world. Again, there was a policy framework that was supportive of the investments that came into it. We've also done that in Glojigbe in Benin Republic, which is an agro-industrial park in textiles, in soya, pharmaceutical, and a whole lot of other there. That industrial park alone is employing about 20,000 people, you know, and exporting about manufactured export is about $400 million and yet it's still growing. And we have others that are in the pipeline. I think it's an important, that if you ask me what government should do, I think that's one of the areas that we have seen an alignment, where governments that are, you know, focused on industrialization are providing the necessary policy space, enabling environment, serviced land, you know, so that the capital can come, so that the investors can come in and do work there. I think I'll just leave it there. I think that's one of the areas that I see cooperation between policy, between government, policy, and financial institutions. And I wouldn't say that we're all the only ones doing this, because we've also been able to attract, talking to capital, in Benin and Togo, where we have operational industrial, they were all syndications of African banks, you know, doing that. So we've been able to attract financial institutions. Governments are willing because they get it. So there's that meeting point, alignment between political ambition, political approvals, policy dynamics, and financing coming to play. And we're also able to attract investors from outside the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Awani. I think we are at the end of the panel. Let me just give you 30 seconds to share your last message. Doctor.
There was an article in The Economist last year that said that most businesses in Africa are unemployment in disguise, meaning that they're small, they don't grow, and they die with their owners. My sort of invitation to policymakers today is to try to make sure that whatever policy direction we're taking is with the aim of moving some of those, or a critical mass of those small companies to become big companies. And we've had a lot of discussions around industrial companies, and I know that that's important, but nearly 50% of the American stock exchange is from venture-backed companies. They're from technology companies. They're your Teslas, they're your Googles, they're your Nvidias. So as much as we need to concentrate on developing an industrial core, we also need to look to the future to see the companies that are actually creating value. There are 500 stocks on the American Stock Exchange. 493 of them, 493 barely even made any money the companies that actually drove the stock exchange returns were all venture-backed technology companies. So if that's a big part of our future, and I believe that it will be, then I feel like policymakers should be focusing on technology and innovation as much as they're focusing on industry.
Thank you. Farhad?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think for me, one of the key takeaways, and thank you, Kanao and Masu, is that the importance of partnerships. I think the importance of having all actors at the table. I do believe that in our space, in agricultural industrialization, that industrial parks do help to de-risk and to crowd in capital. I believe that the private sector also benefits from that scale. It does require a lot of political will and high-level vision from our policymakers, from a government level. But I think that when all of those things do come together, I think that is how we're going to be able to drive that change that we want to see in terms of exporting value-added products. So I think that is something that I'm going to take away, and I think that it's something that can continue to be built on as a continent.
Thank you. Dr. Asfour?
So thank you very much. I think the missing link here is the coordination among everybody, because we can see there is capital, there is private sector, but we need information. Information for the private sector. That's why under Africa Business Council, we have now about 20 clusters that speaks for energy, investment, infrastructure, healthcare, agriculture, climate, SMEs, women, youth, startups. So each cluster has a plan to see how we are able to support the projects under this. But also information is very important. I just shared one small thing. Information happened in Zambia last month. We are supporting women in mining because it's a huge sector. And the president for the women in Zambia is in rose quartz. There is a lot of women in gemstones. And they came to me and tell me, we are in gemstones, the rose quartz is transparent. But when we find rocks, we throw it. One guy from one nationality, I will not say who, come and tell them, I will buy your rubbish, these rubbish rocks, by 30 kwacha per bucket. 30 kwacha is like $1.5. So every week he comes and collect all the rubbish coming out of the mine. They take the rose quartz, he take the rubbish. Then one woman said, said, why is he taking the rubbish? He took this rubbish and sent to the lab in the city. They told her this rocks is, when processed, is beryllium. And this beryllium is used in nuclear weapon, in aeroplanes, in missiles, and this bucket exceeds $8,000. So you see, this is the knowledge that our private sector don't understand, and this is the resources that are untapped and we don't know about it. So we need really to see how we educate, how we have knowledge, how we coordinate, how to finance the private sector, and how we are able also to finance mega projects and small projects. One of the mega projects we're putting now is in health, and health is about $2 billion to save 8 million lives by putting 1,000 centers for radiology, 200 radiotherapy, cardiac catheters, which is a huge project for the African continent. So it's really about the coordination, collaboration, and information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Awani?
I think, Fahad, I agree with you. Partnerships, there's no one sector or institution that will do it by themselves. So there is no, we all have to come together, whether you're policy maker, whether you're government, public and private sector cooperation to be able to do it. And of course, working with the private sector. The other thing I wanted to add in my final statement is that I've talked a lot about big projects and infrastructure projects, but we also support SMEs. We have interventions that support small businesses, even those that provide services, farmers who provide services to the industrial parks I mentioned. We also do that, even in the creative economy. So that's one of our biggest sectors, actually, supporting sports, music, fashion, arts, and crafts, because we believe that the women and the young people in our continent today is the next goal. And they must be supported, the young population, abundance of talent. We want to harness those and say that we exploit, that they monetize, rather, they monetize those talents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tadesse.
Just to say, African capital is very much innovating, as is the title of this session. But as much as we innovate, I think we also always need to remember Africa needs friends, because our capital will never be enough to address the big gaps that we have. And so just to give everybody some practical insight, we shared the $58 billion number in our video. Out of that $58 billion, more than half of that came from outside of Africa. And so we have an important role to continue helping to crowd in global capital into Africa. And in that regard, we need to also give credit to where it's due. I think the World Bank Group, China, Denmark, the UAE, these are some of the outstanding partnerships that TDB has had. They've put billions of dollars of wind into my sails. So as much as I'm a very strong proponent of African capital, I also want to tell the friends of Africa, we still need you and we appreciate you.
Thank you. Mrs. Greenspan.
Yeah, some final comments. I really agree very much with Kanayo comment. Industrialization is part of de-risking in Africa, because obviously if you are commodity dependent, you have a more fragile and volatile economy. So part of de-risking is industrialization. The other is that you need deliberate policy. It's not the invisible hand. You need deliberate policy and strategies to be able to make it work. My third point is the crowd-in of private capital. I still think that information there is important. And probably it's information not to change necessarily the biased perception and unfair perception of the credit rating agencies, but as I think Admasu said, the individual countries and the individual funds have their own rating of risk. And if we can influence that, if we can have a better conversation, better information, that will still help in bringing down capital cost. And my last point is coordination, collaboration, and information. I think that is key. Thank you.
So thank you all. Thank you for your brilliant intervention. Let me conclude with three structural insights emerging from this dialogue. First, market coherence is foundational. Fragmented markets fragment capital. Second, we know that risk must be structured deliberately. Avoiding risk is not a strategy. Allocating it intelligently is. And third, jobs are created not by capital alone, but by platforms where governance, finance, and enterprise converge. So when markets align, capital is structured intelligently, and enterprises execute decisively. Jobs scale. That is a coalition, I think, a logic required for Africa's transformation. I thank you, and I thank the panelists. I think we have the picture for the panelist picture.
Yes, if I could ask the panelists to please all rise. Madame Greenspan, and Admasu, could you please stand and take the obligatory photo? Now, thank you so much. That was a fascinating final panel. Thanks, Abu, also for leading that fascinating conversation. We only have two more quick things to do before we close day one of the forum and go to lunch, but they are big things indeed. First, we've spoken a great deal today about moving from promise to delivery, and our jobs wall of commitment is one of the concrete tools we're using to do exactly that. Now, Abu, you're not free yet, because since you've been closely involved in designing the delivery architecture around this ABF 2026 forum, you have the single honor of formally activating our jobs wall this year, our jobs wall of commitment. So what Abu is going to do, what I'm asking him to do, is to walk us briefly through how leaders and how partners can register and track their pledges going forward. So without much ado, I yield the floor to you, and I will take your panelists this way.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon again. We have spoken about markets. We have talked about capital. We have explored execution. But without measurement, I think the ambition dissolves. Africa's job challenge is not abstract, it is structural. Africa has the youngest population in the world. Between 10 and 12 million young people enter the labor market every year, and yet the formal job creation absorbs only about one quarter of that growth. In agriculture, for instance, 50% of the workforce produces barely 20% of the GDP, a severe productivity gap. In health sector, doctor-to-patient ratios remain 5 to 10 times below global standards. In manufacturing, Africa's share of GDP hovers around 10%, half of what transformed Asia. In fintech, more than 300,000 technology roles remain unfilled despite high youth unemployment. The problem is not potential. The problem is conversion. The jobs wall is not a screen. The jobs wall is not a branding device. It is the accountability architecture of this forum. It links three variables: the capital we mobilize, the project we will implement, and the jobs we create or sustain. Every commitment made under this platform will be connected to measurable employment outcomes. Africa, as we said, does not lack initiatives. It lacks coherence and tracking. Too often, investment pledges are announced, but too rarely they are translated into a structured follow-up. The jobs world changes that dynamic. We know where scale is possible. Agri-tech value chains can create more than 8 million youth jobs. Health expansion could create over 5 million jobs. Light manufacturing can absorb a million more. Digital transformation can enable tens of millions of new opportunities. The jobs will ensure that these are not projections, but tracked pathways. So under the jobs world, we will track the volume of capital mobilized and dispersed, the number and type of enterprises supported, the jobs created with focus on youth and women, the sectoral distribution, and the progress milestone. This is not about control, it's about credibility. Let me also underline that while the jobs wall is still in its pilot phase, and we are actively refining the tool, the reporting standards, and the delivery architecture, it is already moving from concept to commitment. I wish to acknowledge with appreciation the government of Sweden and Google, who have stepped forward with early commitments aligned with these platforms. Their engagement reflects an important principle. Leadership does not wait for perfection. It begins with participation. So as we continue to strengthen and operationalize this mechanism, my team and I will remain available here in this room and beyond to provide any additional information, clarify reporting modalities, and explore how your commitments can be structured within this framework. We encourage you to engage with us directly. This platform is designed to serve you and to strengthen collective credibility. Africa's demographic transition is not a statistics, and we saw it in the poem that the youth were sharing with us today. It is millions of young women with names and men that are stepping into adulthood with expectation, energy, and ambition. Whether that energy becomes innovation, productivity, and shared prosperity, or frustration and missed opportunity, depends on the systems we build today. We have seen that the capital exists. We know that the markets exist. The ideas certainly exist. What must now exist consistently and visibly is alignment. Alignment between regional integration and enterprise growth. Alignment between risk allocation and long-term capital. Alignment between commitments announced and jobs delivered. The jobs wall is not simply a monitoring tool. It is a declaration that Africa's employment challenge will be met with measurable action. So let this forum not be remembered for applause of nice speeches, but for acceleration. Not for promises, but for jobs. Because when Africa succeeds, the world benefits. I thank you. It's the wrong direction. It's you now.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Abu Bakri, for that clear walkthrough and for officially activating the jobs wall of commitments. The message is simple, I think. If it matters, it should be on the wall and it should be followed through. So another round of applause for Abu there. One last thing to do. Now, I just want Jordan just to note, we are going to do this with the actual author of this report. You heard earlier from Rebecca Greenspan, the head Secretary General of UNCTAD. Well, she's had to leave for a meeting, but I got someone equally as good who wrote the actual report, right? What am I talking about? Well, we're staying with the theme of finance, opportunity, and delivery, and we now turn to a moment of particular importance for many of the countries that are represented here. The Least Developed Countries Report is one of the United Nations system's key barometers of how the world's most vulnerable economies are faring, and of what must change if they're to mobilize investment, build productive capacity, and create decent jobs at scale for those beautiful young people that we've been talking about today. It is therefore an honor to invite on behalf of Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, the Secretary General of the UN Conference on Trade and Development, one of the authors of the report. She is the Economic Affairs Officer at UNCTAD, to officially launch the Least Developed Countries Report. Please welcome Ms. Matfobi Riba.
Thank you very much, moderator. If I could ask for I will deliver a PowerPoint presentation, and hopefully that will help me move really fast through the presentation of the findings of the report. I am very conscious of the fact that everybody is now terribly hungry, so am I. So I'll try to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Could I please have the PowerPoint displayed? We have given the PowerPoint to ECA. Could we please have it displayed? The alternative is you give me the cable and I'll just present from my laptop. Just give me the cable and I'll plug it in. Nope. Yes. Yes, this is. Okay, thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of Madam Greenspan to present the findings of one of our flagship reports. And we've brought just a few copies, the overview, and fewer copies of the full report. But the report, in all the UN languages, is going to be downloadable from the UNCTAD website. So before I begin, some of you might be asking yourselves the question, why are we speaking about the least developed countries at an African business forum? The reason is very simple. 73% of the LDCs globally are African countries. 59% of African countries are least developed countries. Any discussion we are having here today must take into account the need not to leave the LDCs behind, because they will be critical to meeting all the policy and ambitions that we've talked about today. The Least Developed Countries Report Are we okay? Yeah. Yeah. So this year's Least Developed Countries Report examines a critical question, a question that has gained prominence in recent development debates, and that is the role of services in structural transformation. The report takes a step back from all the excitement of the debate we are hearing today about services and examines the underlying rationale and evidence in the light of the specific structural conditions and development needs of least developed country. So the report asks the simple question: as services expand rapidly across the LDCs, and the evidence shows that they are expanding rapidly, can they genuinely drive structural transformation and better jobs, which is exactly the subject that has brought us here all together today? Or are expectations running ahead of reality? The answer, as our analysis shows, is very much nuanced. Services matter, but only under specific conditions. The experience, outcomes, and structural impediments revealed by the report are not unique to the LDCs. Actually, you find the same outcomes in very many developing countries, whether we're talking about Asia, Latin America, and the rest of the world. So the findings of the report are very much to be taken into account, we would hope, by all the policymakers and the business leaders who are present here today in the room. The problem with the structural impediments is also that they're inextricably linked to the nature of global trade and the new barriers raised by digitalization. Even as digitalization lowers some barriers. ¿Qué pasó? Okay. Translation. Hold on. So, as I was saying, digitalization definitely lowers barriers. However, it does raise a lot of problems as well.
extent. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll go straight to one of the really main findings that we hope will be taken into account by you all in the room today. And that is, as we move from ambition to developmental impact, which is what is important, the evidence on the outcomes, which we have realized from our analysis, is this problem of productivity. Services have the promise of raising productivity across all sectors, especially the manufacturing sector, which underpins industrialization in all economies. However, we are not seeing this payback at the same time that LDCs and other African governments are making huge investments in their services sectors. We're seeing a persistent productivity gap, which results in weak growth outcomes to investments in services. We're seeing structural shifts without productivity gains. Neither do we see gains in terms of inclusion or complementarity. We're seeing high concentration even in the services, a concentration which we have traditionally been concerned about when it comes to manufacturing and the extractive sectors. This concentration is playing out also in the services sectors. We are also cognizant of the fact that digital and skills gaps are binding in the services sectors, especially in high-value modern services, which hold the greatest potential for accelerating structural transformation, development, and wealth generation on the continent. So the default outcome we have identified is that the services are growing, but there is an increase in low productivity jobs. This is reflected in recent outcomes. In 2024, GDP per capita growth in LDCs averaged around 1%, far below what is needed for sustained poverty reduction. Only 2 out of 44 LDCs reached the long-standing global target of 7% growth per annum. The reason lies in the nature of services expansion. While it absorbs labor, it does so largely in low-value, informal, and non-tradable activities. Nearly 40% of services jobs in LDCs are concentrated in trade and services, such as wholesale and retail, which are among the least productive segments of the sector. More broadly, around 62% of services employment is in less knowledge-intensive activities where education levels are low and scope for productivity gains is limited. Between 1991 and 2024, median labor productivity in LDCs increased from $5,430 to $8,579. That's an average growth of 1.4%. Compared to other developing countries, much, much lower. Other developing countries are averaging around $45,000. In short, structural change has occurred, but without productivity gains needed to support faster growth, as I had mentioned. Now, let's see if there is a different picture when we look at services trade performance. Unfortunately, we are seeing very much the same sort of development. There's diverging digitalization paths between developing countries and LDCs. LDCs exported just $8.1 billion in digitally delivered services in 2024, which amounts to 0.16% of global trade. Africa, on the other hand, exported in the region of 41.3 billion in 2024. So you can see here the clear widening gap between the significant number of LDCs in Africa and the rest of the African countries. So there is going to be a drag on African growth as a whole. Africa's trade services amount to 0.9%, between 0.9 and 1% of global trade. Africa as well, despite the fact that all around us we see a lot of evidence of what looks like Africa, which is very much plugged into the 21st century and digital activities. Despite what we see, what the reality is that Africa is not catching up, and we have evidence that actually we're sliding much further back. So this is a concern. Definitely there's limited scale and value capture. There's a very weak presence in R&D and IP-related activities, which means, on the positive side, there's significant scope to scale participation. But a binding constraint is the need to expand digital infrastructure, and that needs financing. And we already know that for many African countries, getting the financing for public infrastructure is very difficult, it's very costly. And many countries are already very much indebted. So this is a problem. And this is a problem especially because digitally delivered services have become a core pillar of global services trade. In 2024, they accounted for more than half of global services exports, reaching 4.9 billion. And so we are lagging very much behind developed countries. The key difference lies not in the orientation of services exports from LDCs, but in scale and depth. Engagement remains very limited in research and development and intellectual property-related services. These patterns reflect persistent structural constraints, which we've been talking about for the past few hours this morning and into this afternoon. Addressing these constraints is central if services are to play a stronger role in diversification, resilience, and structural transformation. So, we do have some good news. LDC policymakers are fully aware of these gaps, especially in higher value and digital services, and several of LDC governments have focused on developing specific service sectors as part of their growth strategies. We have analyzed these strategies, and we see that there's a big focus on hubs. I hope you can see this clearly, but at any rate, it is clear that least developed countries prioritize logistics hubs. And this is natural. Regional integration is a top priority in Africa and for all countries. They would like to revitalize their manufacturing services. They would like to improve productivity. They would like to improve their trade facilitation. So it is natural to see that the investments in logistics hubs are actually spiking quite a lot. Following logistics hubs, which are at 27.3%, we have investments in technology, a very good sign, and hopefully a direction which is towards modernization and also increasing the productivity of the entire economy. The third sector is transportation. What we did in the report is that we split logistics, which is more the port investments, with transportation, which is the regional transportation networks which support regional integration. Tourism is the next favorite sector at 13.6%. And then we have, in the modern services, we have a huge focus on business process outsourcing, and that is 9.1%. Many governments are seeing business process outsourcing as a quick win for job creation and also for plugging themselves into the modern services economy and being able to export services remotely without having to rely on migration. Financial services are also increasing, and currently, according to our figures in 2024, they're at 6.8%. Overall, these strategies are spreading across the LDCs. Their ambition is clear: to use services as drivers of growth, employment, and diversification. But the uptake remains uneven and concentrated in a few sectors. Outcomes depend critically on sectoral focus and how these services hubs are embedded in the domestic economy. The experience so far shows mixed results. Some of the services hubs are pretty much capital intensive, and this is obvious when we look at logistics and transportation. And direct job creation is often limited. Even though these services are critical, they are the oil which get the wheels moving for the economy. But so far, from what we're seeing, direct job creation is limited. Tourism, great source of foreign exchange, but it does not automatically translate into structural transformation due to a number of structural weaknesses. I'll take just another 5 minutes. Only a small, where progress has occurred, it is closely linked to ICT investment when we look at the modern sectors, skills development, and supportive digital policy frameworks. Now, I'll go now to what needs to be done, turning potential into results. And here, I'm going to focus on the policy findings and recommendations which are applicable across Africa as a whole. So these don't focus only on the LDCs. So spillovers matter more than scale. What this means is scale alone is not enough. What ultimately matters is whether services are embedded in the domestic economy. We are seeing enclave services sectors appearing, pretty much emulating what happened in manufacturing. Policymakers have to guard against this. Without the linkages, services sector will just perpetuate old development patterns. Second, a strategic focus matters. As more African countries pursue similar strategies, there is a growing need to identify country-specific niches, and this is where regional integration comes in. This helps avoid overcapacity and unproductive regional competition, and ensures that limited public resources are used where comparative advantages are strongest. And here, as I mentioned, regional integration can help overcome small domestic markets. We heard the problem of small domestic markets in previous discussions. Frameworks such as the AFCFTA offer opportunities to pool services and South-South cooperation. Third, capabilities matter. Skills, innovation systems, and inclusive training policies shape whether services growth delivers productivity gains and decent jobs. Fourth, governance and monitoring shape long-term returns. Integrating services strategies into national development plans and tracking outcomes. This is vital, not just investment and output. We need to track the jobs, productivity, and linkages. There are trade-offs with modern services because they can push significant percentage of your workers into the informal economy or disguised informal economy. We're seeing a lot of freelancers in modern services sectors. Finally, policy space. Alongside South-South cooperation, regional agreements and international support remain decisive. It is essential to address persistent structural asymmetries to prevent further marginalization of Africa as global trade rules evolve. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matfobi Riba, the Economic Affairs Officer for UNCTAD and one of the authors of this latest edition of the Least Developed Countries Report. Thank you for choosing the Africa Business Forum as the platform to launch it, and also for reminding us, I suppose, of all what we've discussed here today must translate into concrete gains for the least developed countries and the young people in those countries in jobs, investment, and in resilience. Well, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, as we close day one of the Africa Business Forum 2026, we've moved from youth enterprise stories on the ground to presidential priorities, from financial sector leadership to the global lens of the Least Developed Countries Report, and now to a shared tool, the Jobs Wall, to track what happens next. Tomorrow, day two. This is, by the way, the first time that the ABF has had a day two, so that's progress, right? It's growing. It's gone from being a baby to a teenager. And on day two, he's going to take us deeper into the creative and innovation economies and into practical conversations on how philanthropy, investors, governments, and entrepreneurs can work together to create jobs at scale for our young people. For now, on behalf of our hosts and partners, thank you so much for your energy, your candor, and your focus that you brought to day one of the Africa Business Forum 2026. We now invite you to lunch, so please join us in the designated dining areas so we can continue the conversations, and we look forward to welcoming you back here at the Africa Hall tomorrow morning at 9:30 sharp for day two of ABF 2026. See you at lunch. Thank you.
From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for the growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the continent. If Africa is truly serious about jobs, dignity, and economic transformation, the creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry. From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for a growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the continent. If Africa is truly serious about jobs, dignity, and economic transformation, the creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry. From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for a growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the continent. If Africa is truly serious about jobs, dignity, and economic transformation, the creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry. From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for a growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the continent. If Africa is truly serious